Are the slides all?
Yeah, so I will be sharing.
I don't have to.
You're good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to BPEA Fall 2025. We have a few announcements before we get started. First, I want to introduce the Chair of Economic Studies here at Brookings. So we're not at Brookings, but we will be soon. So we'll call this Brookings for the moment, to thank our donors.
Thanks, Jan. So hi, everyone. My name is Ben Harris. I'm the Vice President and Director of Economic Studies here at Brookings. I guess here I want to. I wanted to briefly welcome everyone to our fall.
The one on the right?
One on the right. Okay. So I wanted to briefly welcome everyone to our Fall 2025 BPEA Conference. Let me particularly thank our editors, Jan and John, for assembling a terrific program. I would also like to thank the generous supporters who make this conference and the journal possible: the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, the National Science Foundation, and State Farm Mutual Automobile Insurance Company. We are grateful for the contributions of the Dina Axelrod Perry for establishing the George L. Perry and William C. Brainerd BPEA Chair. We also thank Jason Cummings and Brevin Howard's Research Services for supporting BPEA's mission and activities. Thank you all, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Great. Thank you, Ben. A few practical announcements. First, there are always, people that we miss at these meetings, and I want to mention just a couple that we have lost since our last meeting. Barry Bosworth wrote 14 papers for BPEA in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, and was a prolific discussant. He's been a big fan of BPEA and a participant in Brookings for many years. I also want to mention Stan Fisher, who passed away this year and was a mentor and guide to many of us in the profession. His last discussion at BPEA was in 2018, where he commented on whether the Fed should have a regular review of its monetary policy framework, and which has now gone through 2 rounds. And every time we do it, we can have a thanks to Stan and many other people who played a role in the Fed and in monetary policy globally. All right, now to today. First note, we usually have refreshments in another room, but they're right here. So if you get refreshments during the conference, please remember that we're all listening right here. So there is a second floor workspace for guests with meeting pods, a green room, and a seating area. So if you need to do something else, there is a space, and Brookings staff can help you find it. We are live streaming and recording. Please speak into the mic, push the button so that we can hear you, and so that our participants on Zoom and on YouTube can hear you as well. And when we go to the open discussion, if you don't have a mic in front of you, we have handheld mics. And if you're sitting behind us, please make sure that we get to you, because we're not intending to ignore you. Hopefully there will be a group activity in getting questions to the front. Okay? Anything else? We're good to go. All right, then our first paper is on employment impacts of the CHIPS Act. Will be presented by Eric Verheugen.
Much. It's a pleasure to be here. This is joint with Joe Stiglitz and Bill Gaerten, who are here. I also want to call out our two hardworking research assistants, Max Science and Victor Ortega, are sitting there in the back. Okay. So under the Biden administration, let's see, there's a little delay. Industrial policy underwent a revival in the United States. You might argue that industrial policy never really left the United States. It was just submerged. It happened a lot through defense procurement, but in any case, there's a more self-conscious embrace of industrial policy. The CHIPS Act is obviously a key element of that, and what we're trying to do in this paper is take a first step towards trying to evaluate this revival of industrial policy. The CHIPS Act obviously had several motivations. One, national security. There was also resilience to shocks following chip shortages under COVID, but also to create good, high-paying jobs. That latter one is what we're going to be focusing on in this paper. It's the one, given data constraints, that we can focus on at this stage. And it's also, but quite politically salient, certainly in the past and most likely in the future. This paper is unusual relative, my own papers, but also I think relative to the space of academic papers, in that we're trying to evaluate impacts quite quickly. Our hope, which may have been naive, was that we could do so quickly enough to actually have some influence on the policy process. But that trying to do something this quickly generates various data constraints. So the microdata on plants, which would be ideal for doing this sort of evaluation from the annual survey of manufacturers or the census of manufacturers, is going to take still another couple of years probably before that's available. Employment, it's part of the reason why we decided to focus on it, is it becomes available sooner. But even so, this is the QCW's, the quarterly Census of Employment and Wages. Just a couple of weeks ago, released the Q1 to 2025 data. The first finalized major CHIPS award was in November 2024. Okay, so obviously that's a very short, post-award window. In the long run, a great idea would be to compare, firms that got a preliminary memorandum of terms or initial agreement with the government, and then some of those, just because the election happened, they never got the finalized award. We can compare those to firms that got the finalized award, but that, given the timing, is not possible. What we're doing here is we're going to instead do county-level differences. And we're going to have two strategies, one prime one, and then I'm going to show some results on a second one as well. The first one is we're basically going to compare, so we know where all the semiconductor facilities are in the country, and we can compare counties that have a semiconductor facility to counties that have high-tech employment as defined by the census, but no semiconductor facility. So that's our first sort of treatment control comparison. We're also going to do one where we're within the semiconductor sector. We can look at counties that have a fab, that have a fabrication facility, versus counties that have a semiconductor facility that's not a fab, and they don't have a fab. Okay, so that will be our second comparison. Attentive readers will notice that it was only the first comparison is in the draft that was circulated. In part, the second one has come through discussion with the discussants, and so it's kind of hot off the presses, but will be in the final version. Okay, what are we finding? My time is going fast. We're going to find strong anticipation effects. So we're going to argue that these effects began with the introduction of the USICA, a precursor bill. That's the United States Innovation and Competition Act back in May 2021. The bipartisan support was evident very early on, and we'll argue that we can see employment effects basically as a result of that. Just giving you the headline numbers, we're going to find a direct effect on jobs in the semiconductor sector of about 100 to 140 per affected county. That's using our baseline specification. It varies a little bit, but those results are pretty robust. We're also going to find local spillovers on employment within the same counties, within these semiconductor counties, on supplier industries, so industries that are selling to the semiconductor sector, and in non-residential construction. Okay, so there, the magnitude is kind of similar, maybe a little bit bigger. If you were to do a back-of-the-envelope calculation where we just scale up those difference in difference estimates, and we know that's potentially controversial, and there's caveats that come with that, but we think in this case it may be appropriate. So you just basically multiply those per county effects by the number of affected counties. You get something on the order of 15,000 to 20,000 direct jobs in semiconductors, about 28 to 32,000 indirect jobs in construction and these input supply sectors. Is that a big or small number? It sort of depends. If you were to just look at the amount of spending per job, then this would not be an obvious way to create jobs. On the other hand, the employment was just one of the and arguably maybe not even the main motivation for the program. But I think our sense is that this increase was larger than many expected. I guess the Semiconductor Industry Association had a bigger number, but we're smaller than that. But it's larger than many expected, especially given the extreme capital intensity of the industry. Okay, a little bit of background. It was most of the funding under CHIPS was direct subsidies for production of semiconductors. Why? That is a strange error that we got. Okay, I don't know how that happened. Related to equipment and materials. And then there was also some R&D funding, and there was a tax credit, which was increased under Trump. The timing is going to be important for us. There were the first precursor bills, the Endless Frontiers Act and the Chips for America Act, were introduced back in May and June 2020. May 18th, 2021 was when this USICA was introduced in the Senate late in the day, and then June 28th, a couple of weeks later, it passed the Senate with bipartisan support. There were 19 Republican votes, including then Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. The House version in February, there was the July 27th, 28th is when the final revised bill passed the House and Senate, and then it was signed on August 9th. And then, as I said, the first major CHIPS award was finalized November 15th, 2024. Okay. So a lot of what we're saying can be summarized already in this picture. This is just raw data. This is the current employment survey data for the semiconductor sector. So it's 334413 for the NAICS nerds. That's the 6-digit sector. You can see, and then the line is, there's the first line is when the date when the USICA was introduced in the Senate. When the CHIPS was actually signed, you can see we're already sort of had reached a new level. And then there in July was when Biden dropped out they couldn't fit, the labels wouldn't fit, so I just removed one of the labels, but the red one would be November 2024 with the first award and also the election. Okay, and then the question is, how much of that increase can be attributed to the CHIPS Act? We're not gonna have very much to say, partly for data constraints about the decline, starting in July 2024, but we can speculate about that in the discussion. Okay, so one question, and again, this was also prompted by a discussant comment, would be to say, if it's the case that there's this anticipation effects and the changes in expectations of the market were partly what's driving, then you would expect to see the stock market reacting. When we do that, this is just, can I hide the floating meeting controls? Hold on.
Does that work?
Yeah, okay. So we're going to do the standard, cumulative abnormal returns calculation. If you can, is this going to work? No. Okay, but Can you see my, oops. Okay, yeah, no, I was just trying to use a pointer. But anyway, you can see that basically the date of introduction of the USICA, you do see an increase. This is just, I didn't list here, you can look at a different table in the paper to see, but these are the large semiconductor firms, the large publicly listed semiconductor firms. You do see an increase in these cumulative abnormal returns right on May 19th. The bill is introduced sort of May 18th in the afternoon. You don't see it so much when the bills actually pass, when USICA passed, or when the CHIPS Act passed. But arguably, the uncertainty had been resolved by that. Okay. A little bit more, just sort of anecdotal background. So there is evidence that companies responded and responded pretty quickly. So July 19th, 2021, which was about a month after the USICA passed the Senate, it still wasn't a bill. Then you had Global Foundries in Malta, New York, had a press conference with Schumer and Raimondo. It was Schumer who claimed that it was CHIPS that did it. It wasn't the CEO. The CEO was a little bit more circumspect, but the CEO did say subsequently that they were taking advantage. So both they were expanding new facilities and they were expanding existing facilities and they were building a new facility. And he said that partly they decided to focus on expanding the new facilities, which could explain why in this picture. Okay, so there's sort of a puzzle in this picture, which is, building a new fab takes 2 or 3 years, a new greenfield fab. And so the question is, how could employment have responded so quickly? And we think part of the answer is that they were just expanding existing facilities, as Global Foundries CEO claimed that they did. Another issue, which is going to come up, I think, in the discussion, is about the chips shortage. Where people responding to that. That is something that became evident already in the previous year and during 2020, and by January 2021. The wait times had spiked, and so people knew very, very clearly that there was a chip shortage. So that's another thing to come back to. But we think that the timing is not right for that story. As I mentioned, our main data set is the QCEW. That's based on UI records. They do, another issue is they do extensive suppression to preserve confidentiality, and so if you add up the county level, you don't get to the national level. We deal with that a couple different ways. One is we'll just impute zeros for missings. Most of the time, it's quite small places that have small employment and small numbers of establishments that get suppressed. So that's not too bad, but maybe it introduces some errors. So for robustness, we'll also just drop the missings and run the regressions again, and we get very similar results. The other thing we're doing is this is the Semiconductor Industry Association has a map of all the locations, and they cover 99% of the industry, so we're using that. If I have time, I'll talk about the quarterly workforce indicators, which we use to supplement the QCW. 5 minutes left, okay. I've got to go even faster than I thought. Okay, so the basic strategy. Green here is counties with a semiconductor fab. Blue is they have a semiconductor facility but no fab. Red is they have high-tech employment, at least 100 high-tech employment, and no semiconductor facility. Okay, so our first strategy is blue and green together against red. Our second strategy is green against blue. All right, those are our two differences. Okay, the specification is plain vanilla, nothing complicated there. We'll also do an event study version. We will do a synthetic difference in difference. You might be worried that taking the average of the control counties is not the same thing as maybe that's not a great match for the semiconductor counties. And so what this does is sort of optimally chooses those weights, that omega and the lambda over there, in order to fit the trends. Between sort of it's a weighted average of control group counties versus the treatment group counties. The key thing is that we have parallel trends. The trends would have been parallel in the absence of chips. Okay, so there's our difference in difference event study graph. That looks, usually my difference in difference graphs don't look this good, right? So it's really pretty flat, but prior to the second quarter of 2021, and then we see a pretty clear increase that's highly significant. Okay, so I'd say that already is in my mind, relatively convincing. When you do the synthetic difference in difference, it looks similar. You get rid of a little bit of the noise in the pre-trend, but otherwise results seem to be pretty robust. Those are the table versions where we're constraining the coefficient to be the same in the post period. What post means is a little bit complicated here. We can do the more conservative assumption would be, which is panel A, would be just post USICA, post the introduction of the bill in the Senate. Given the picture, you might say, well, we should really look post signing of chips is where we reached the new level. Given that it was the employment was increasing over that time, you're going to get bigger effects when you do post chips as opposed to post USICA. So panel B, we're just omitting those quarters in between. But either way, it doesn't really matter. When you do the synthetic difference of difference, again, you find something similar. Well, let me say, so we do this. The column 1 is just in that 6-digit industry for semiconductors. Column 2 would be semiconductor equipment and materials. And so there's a question about whether those should be considered like input sectors or spillovers, or whether those are direct effects of chips. Chips did target. It said it was going to give money to semiconductor equipment and semiconductor materials producers. that money never actually went out the door. It was never finalized, but that was part of the idea. And so if firms may plausibly have raised their expectation they'd be getting money directly from the government, so we're going to consider that a direct effect. Okay, spillovers, I've got 2 minutes. Spillovers, so here, if you look now, this is not semiconductor equipment and materials, but it's sectors that sell to semiconductors in column 1. So we have a set of 11 of those. The NAICS codes are listed there. We didn't have space to list all the names, but we are seeing effects on those supplier sectors, and then also on non-residential construction. Again, so in these semiconductor counties against the non-semiconductor counties. There are some additional results. Maybe I'll come back to those in the discussion. And just in my last minute or two, this is now the second difference in difference strategy. We're comparing within the semiconductor industry, or counties that have semiconductor facilities, ones that have fabs versus ones that don't have fabs. And when we do that, then we find, again, pretty similar numbers, even bigger, actually. So there you go from about 200, where before we had about 100 jobs per county. Again, with the two definitions of what post means. If you can do that in the synthetic D&D, and you get something very similar. Okay, so. 1 minute. The question is, so you go for the difference in difference estimates relative impacts between the treatment control group. There's potentially a missing intercept problem. This is to macro audiences will be very familiar with this. If there's an aggregate effect of chips, that would end up in the intercept. It wouldn't show up in the difference in difference estimate. That's potentially a problem when you're trying to estimate sort of the aggregate or the national effects of a program like this. The most widely accepted solution is to structurally estimate a model of the macroeconomy. That's beyond what we feel we can do in this paper. We do argue, though, following Gabe's, it's a good choice of discussing, following Gabe's work, we argue that in this case, probably just scaling up the difference in difference estimates is okay. Why? The counties are small relative to the macroeconomy. Labor mobility is small between the treated group and the control group. It's certainly using our first strategy. The CHIPS funding seems large, but it's not that large relative to the size of the macroeconomy. And so, given those arguments, if Gabe's paper would say, probably scaling up is going to be okay. And the other thing that was quite reassuring to us is when we do scale up. So we just take our 100 to 140, multiply it by 149, which is the number of counties, then we get a range between about 14,900 and 20,860. If you went back to that original, sorry, again, I did a poorly, somehow I got that weird error again, but the estimate from the raw time series, if you just looked at the change in the levels, that went from about 185,000 to 203,000, so about 18,000 jobs, just looking at the shift in levels, and that's more or less smack dab in the middle of this range. Okay, so that's pretty reassuring. Okay, 6 seconds. Those are our main findings. Those are the direct impacts. We need more research on other outcomes. Output, productivity, profits obviously would be interesting. On longer-term impacts, we'll have to wait for data to become available. There's a section in the paper about design issues that are raised by this, of which there are several important ones. Is it better to do targeted subsidies or to do tax credits? Is it, how can government claim part of the upside, which is particularly salient given that the Trump administration has taken a share of Intel, and how should social policy be embedded in industrial policy? Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Eric. We won't ask you to talk faster. The first discussant is Gabe Chodorow-Wright.
All right, thank you. While this comes up, I'll just thank John and Jan for inviting me to discuss, putting together a great program. This is, I'm assuming I'm not on the clock till you're done here. So,
Oh, reset.
This is a very ambitious paper trying to do essentially real-time analysis. It is well written. The authors are very clear and upfront about the challenges that come with that. We've had a very good back and forth already, and this discussion is meant to continue in that vein. Eric, speaking very quickly but very clearly, did a good job of summarizing what they do. This is essentially what I think are the 4 claims you should take from the paper. The first, this was a bill that actually was intended to create jobs. That was part of what it was trying to do. Second, that there was an increase in national employment in semiconductor production around the time of CHIPS. Third, it grew more in counties with semiconductor facilities, a direct effect on the order of 15,000 jobs, and fourth, some spillover to related industries. I'm going to do essentially two things in this discussion. First, I'll talk about how I view the county level comparisons, and I'll bring in some other data and variation to try and understand what's going on. And the second, to talk about the part that was at the very end there, the aggregation. How do we go from these county level or industry level effects to the aggregate? Okay. So the empirical strategy I think of as having a few parts, and I'm going to sort of take them in order. The first question is essentially, was the growth in semiconductor employment around the time of the CHIPS Act abnormally fast? And abnormally means relative to some benchmark baseline. The exercise in the paper I'm going to think and try and show you is essentially giving an unweighted change of employment in semiconductors across counties. And so it's maybe not so surprising that it aggregates up to what the national employment looks like. And for those who do this sort of thing, I just want to highlight this is very different from looking at the spillover. Think of the Keynesian multiplier on non-tradable industries when there's some increase in tradable demand in a particular county, where the argument is those counties are similar on those non-tradable dimensions as counties that are not treated. This is more like the first stage of that exercise, where you're just trying to see, is there an increase in employment in semiconductors after the spending on semiconductors? All right. So here's a version of the timeline similar to what Eric showed, just keeping in mind we don't have the award data yet. The awards aren't made until November of 2024. The awards specify construction plans that start in 2026, 2027, 2028. So this is all very anticipatory, and in that sense it's very reduced form. We don't know where the spending actually went. Here's total employment in the CES or the QCEW. The CES is benchmarked to the QCEW, so these things are going to be the same until the part where we haven't benchmarked it yet. And you can see an increase in national employment in semiconductor production around the time of the CHIPS Act. Now, why do we want a control? Why are we going to county level analysis? There are other things happening at the same time. This is around the time of the reopening of the economy post-COVID, when people are starting to get vaccines. So if you plotted industry employment growth for a lot of industries, you would see growth around this period. And so the question we want to get at is semiconductor employment growth abnormally fast? So here's how I think of as essentially the diff and diff that's being done in the paper. So it says treated one, control one, because this is their first main strategy that Eric talked about that's in the paper, and then I'll do 2 and 3 separately. So the green line is add up total semiconductor employment in the counties that have these production facilities. Eric sent me their data, so this is using their treated counties. The yellow line is the control group, so that's employment in the untreated counties, except for I've shifted it up by 60,000 just to make it fit on that piece on the slide. It's essentially 0. There's almost by construction no semiconductor production employment in counties that don't have semiconductor production facilities. Why is the treated line so much below the total? That's because of the missing data issue. So the red line is if you add up county employment in semiconductor production in the QCEW, you get the red line, which is different from the blue line because of the missing industries. And so when I say the diff and diff is essentially giving an unweighted increase in employment nationally, this is what I mean. The control group just really isn't doing much work. This is the second version of the exercise. This is the third version. I'm not sure which is the second, which is the third relative to what Eric showed, but they all sort of have the same sort of flavor of this comparison. Just to hammer, if you use a QCW, I don't think the missing data is trivial. So here's a list of, after the awards were made, the counties that got the most dollars in awards. First, you see a huge amount go to Arizona, and it's sort of mind-boggling that these were not announced before the 2024 election, given the political realities of the time. But just I'll highlight that quote from the CEO of Global Foundries, the Malta plant. That's Saratoga, New York. There's no data in the QCW for Saratoga, New York, because it's suppressed, because there's not enough establishments there. Okay, so let me come back and ask, what's another way of generating a control group that would have a little more bite? So this is actually what I thought the paper was doing the first 2 times I read it, and then I finally understood. So the black line here is still employment in semiconductor manufacturing. The blue line is employment nationally in the other high-tech industries that form the basis for the first control group. So if you look at these and you look around the passage and the run-up to CHIPS, you don't see much difference. But there's a big pre-trend in the other high-tech category. So one thing you might do is try and get rid of that pre-trend, doing something like a diff and diff, or you can do a synthetic difference in difference, which is going to put more weight on certain of those industries. And then you get something like the red line. So that's what I call synthetic semiconductor employment. And sort of by construction, it's going to pick out weights so that the pre-trends look pretty good. And then you can see actually closer to when the actual bill is signed than ahead of the bill is signed, but there is more employment growth in semiconductor employment than in these other high-tech industries. Okay, so that's a sense in which there is some abnormal employment growth. If you take, I did this in growth rates rather than levels, if you aggregate it up, it's like 6,000, like 12,000 jobs, 6 to 12,000 jobs. That probably understates it because a lot of the weight in that synthetic group is on computers and peripheral equipment and communications equipment, which are downstream from semiconductors. So if you're doing more semiconductor production, you could imagine you would do more of those as well. Okay, so coming back to the first question, did semiconductor employment grow abnormally fast? I'll say, I think more likely than not, taking the balance of this evidence, the evidence the authors have put together, but it's certainly not a slam dunk case because we're in a period where employment is growing a lot everywhere, and it's hard to come up with control group. That was my best attempt. Okay. Second question is this abnormal employment growth due to chips? And again, remember, we don't actually have the dollars going out through chips until much later, so this is all anticipatory. Now that when we think about chips and employment and what would be a confounder, we all think about AI and AI demand. I don't think that's the biggest issue. I think it's the shortages coming out of COVID. The paper talks about this. The authors have thought about it. I think it's a little bit more potentially of a big deal than they do, and so I think it's worth airing. So first, just to remind you that this was a big deal and something we all talked about. It showed up in inflation measures. It was a big part of the transitory permanent inflation debate. There were big headlines. Chip shortages are starting to hit consumers. That's June 2021. Global chips crisis hits automakers hard. Remember, we couldn't build cars because we didn't have the chips for them. Here's one that I found particularly interesting. This is January 2022, and the Commerce Department, it turns out, actually ran a survey of how much inventory did production companies have of chips. And before COVID, it was like 40 days worth. At the time they ran it, it was 5 days worth, so way low. And what did the Commerce Secretary say? She said the results show the need to pass the CHIPS Act. So I think the question is, did chips cause the employment that we're seeing around this period, or did the semiconductor shortage cause both an employment boom, because you need to make more chips to satisfy this shortage, and did it also help to spur the CHIPS Act? Or maybe both were necessary conditions. Maybe nobody would invest and hire more in chips if you didn't have this promise of additional dollars coming down the road, even despite the shortages. So I think the answer to the second question is possibly. It is totally possible that chips played a big role here. I think it's hard to have a lot of confidence in that because there is a very plausible alternative story. The third question in the paper, in the empirical part, is were there spillovers upstream, so into construction of factories, into the inputs in chips? I think the answers to those are basically going to be the same way that you come down on these questions. If you believe that chips cause employment and increase production, it's natural that it would have spilled upstream as well. All right. Second part I want to talk about is how do we go from either the county level or if I did industry level employment growth to thinking about is there an effect on national jobs. This is a slide that I use a lot in discussions, usually about local multipliers, which are geographic-based, but it basically applies to industry-based stuff as well. Different caveats, is it outside finance, inside finance? The second one is the one I'll focus on, which is monetary policy. And often we're talking about stimulus done in a recession. The Fed's at the zero lower bound. I argue, it's roughly plausible that we have a fixed interest rate, so you don't have to worry about monetary policy crowd out. That ain't what's going on here. So just to remind you, here's macroeconomic context, vacancy unemployment ratio, labor market's getting really tight, core inflation is high, and the Fed is hiking interest rates to try and head this off just at the time that this employment is going. So I think of I think I was a freshman in college, and Larry Lindsay came to my introductory economics class, and he was defending the Bush tax cuts and saying, of course, they had been planned during the campaign, and it was a boom, but this was the best time stimulus ever because they came just at the start of the 2001 recession. This is, if you think of there being a jobs program in a federal legislation in 2022, it's like the worst timed stimulus ever because it's coming exactly when the Fed is trying to hike and head things off. So, the argument in the paper, and I not surprisingly endorsed the framework, is the local effect on chips is just not big enough to matter. The Fed just isn't going to pay attention to a marginal $20,000, $30,000 jobs. That might be right, but there's sort of a corollary of that, which is you can't really sell a bill in 2022 or 2021 as being a jobs bill, because as soon as it gets big enough to have any macroeconomic relevance, the Fed was going to react to it and reduce. That doesn't mean there aren't beneficial macroeconomic side effects. More capital is good for workers, even if it doesn't increase L. Of course, this is also a period when more capital and investment might have been also pushing up interest rates more and doing crowd out. So I think it takes a little bit more to make a conclusion. And I'll say the last thing. It is sort of surprising how long it took to make these awards and get things going. And there are a lot of requirements in the CHIPS Act, from daycare to water, reaching out to multiple local community colleges to do targeted hiring. I have some thoughts on that, but I'm out of time.
Thanks, Gabe. The second discussant is Penny Goldberg.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this paper. It's a paper on a very interesting research agenda. Let me, okay. It's a paper on a very interesting research agenda, and I'm sure there will be many papers in the near future to come out of this work. The current paper has three main results. So the first is that there are large anticipation effects of the CHIPS Act. The second main result is that there are significant employment and also wage effects in the semiconductor sector at the county level. And I've underlined the words semiconductor sector. This is not about aggregate employment. It's not about employment in the high-tech sector. It's just about employment in semiconductors. These results are based on a diff and diff strategy, so they are relative effects, and the authors are extremely defensive about it. But given the research design and the focus on the semiconductor employment and Gabe's comment, they also likely affect also effects at the national level. So it's fair to say that it seems that employment in the semiconductor sector has increased. The third result is that there are also significant spillover effects on upstream sectors. That said, there are no aggregate employment effects, not even at the county level. So there is no evidence that employment at the county level has increased. So these are the main results. And as I said, this is an ongoing project on an ongoing policy initiative. So it's a very unusual piece of work. The authors expect more data to come in the near future, and therefore there will be also many more results. At this point, the paper can only document credibly anticipation effects. It's important to point this out because this raises the question of what the interpretation of these anticipation effects is. So as a starter, the identification, and again, the authors are very clear about that, is based on a comparison of counties that have semiconductor production facilities, so counties that have foundries, to counties that have not. There are no data on awards that they exploit yet. As it turns out, most awards were made very recently, so this is a graph that comes from the IEEE spectrum. This is the journal of the Association of the Electric and Electronic Engineers. And what the graph shows is that almost all awards, around $30 billion, were made after November 2024, so after the elections. That's when the CHIPS office gets its act together and they start making these awards. These awards continue to January and February 2025, and all indications are that they're going to continue making these awards. At the same time, if you compare this graph to the graph in the paper in figure 3, what you see is that employment starts rising in the semiconductor sector much earlier. This is the result that is highlighted in the paper. There are these anticipation effects. Everyone thinks the semiconductor sector is going to take off. But what's really striking is if you see what happens after the red line is November 2024. So this is when the awards are being made. So this is when the money starts coming in. And just as the money starts coming in, employment goes down. So I think it's a little premature to declare this an employment success. So this would give me pause. My interpretation that I asked the authors to look into that is that this decline reflects the layoffs by Intel. The order of magnitude is right. It's about 15,000 jobs that are getting cut during that time. There are another 20,000 jobs that may be cut this year. So the order of magnitude is right. But this is relevant because Intel was one of the great beneficiaries of this program. It's a great company. It seemed an obvious company to support. So the fact that this company does not seem to be doing well, despite the support, is relevant when we judge the CHIPS Act. So what's a possible interpretation of all these anticipation effects? So I think to a certain extent, it reflects this euphoria in the private sector, in the semiconductor sector, about the prospects, about the future of the sector. And I think this is due to the government's commitment to that sector. So I will use here my second mover advantage, so the fact that I'm a second discussant, to briefly comment on Gabe's concern that demand for semiconductors, the demand for chips is rising. This is true, but there has always been enormous demand for chips over the past few decades. And one needs to wonder why there was no manufacturing. Manufacturing has really stopped in the United States. This is because other countries were much more competitive, Taiwan, Korea. The private sector in the US would never have attempted to enter that space without commitment from the government, simply because it's not cost competitive. So no matter how high the demand was, there is no way they could have been successful without government support. And it's clear, it's still unclear if they're going to be successful one day. But I think the government's support was very important to create these expectations. And another possible interpretation is also many of these companies are getting ready to bid for these awards. Remember, again, all these employment increases are happening before the awards are made. So perhaps they need to demonstrate they have the capacity to actually deliver chips. So they ramp up employment to show they can actually produce, but it's likely that afterwards employment levels off. So this would suggest that these effects could be short-lived. And so again, the long-run effects could be more interesting, but we'll have to wait for those. Continuing, about some reactions on the paper. So I would like to point out that the CHIPS Act was never really about employment. And the main goal was to increase resilience and decrease dependency on geopolitically sensitive areas, importantly Taiwan. And there was some debate as to whether one should focus on legacy versus mainstream chips versus leading-edge chips. Reading the literature, it seems one of the main motivations was actually to be able one day to produce these advanced chips, these leading-edge chips. And the concern there was that right now, Taiwan, TSMC, just one company, commands around 93% of the market, with the other 7% dominated by Korea. So it's clear that if something happens to Taiwan, the world economy would face a major crisis in this space. So there was clearly demand for these leading-edge chips to be produced elsewhere, but as it turns out, it's very hard to start producing from scratch. So many saw this production of legacy or mainstream chips as a first step towards being able to produce these leading-edge chips one day. So I mention that because this is relevant to the issue of policy design. So ultimately, one day, this program is going to be judged based on whether these foundries, these companies, will be able to produce chips, and especially advanced logic chips. That said, I'm very sympathetic to what the authors say in the paper, that employment effects are also important because the political economy dictates that the government, when it presented all these proposals to Congress, it had to make the case that actually this industrial policy is going to generate also jobs domestically. You cannot imagine policymakers going to Congress and saying, well, we need to support our friends in Korea or Japan in order to increase resilience of this sector. So I'm sympathetic to the claim that employment effects are relevant, but this is not fiscal policy. The main motivation behind this policy was not really employment. Now, conditional on employment, taking the focus on employment as given, I would further claim that the aggregate employment was never really of interest because the US economy for many years has been near full employment. And if anything, after COVID, we've had labor shortages. So it seems to me sometimes policymakers are on autopilot. When you present a policy, you need to say this creates jobs, but why do you want to generate jobs when we have labor shortages? So the issue was never to create jobs. There are, however, two employment-related aspects that were of interest. So the first one is related to this issue of spatial inequality. So one of the motivations, I think, of IRA and, in general, industrial policy during the previous administration was also to support counties and areas in the US that had been left behind. And even though many policies were targeted towards specific sectors, like semiconductors in this case, there was an effort made to also channel resources towards communities that had been left behind. So you can think of this as being place-based policy. And if that if you take this motivation as relevant, then I would argue that actually the definitive strategy is spot on. Then you want to look at relative effects. You don't care about absolute effects. And that's why I said before, I think the authors may be a little too defensive. If that's your focus, you do want to look at relative effects. The second employment-related aspect is that there was also demand for good jobs, not demand for jobs, but demand for good jobs. And so there is a question. The question there is, were these additional jobs created really good jobs? And I will come to that in a moment. Now, first, on the first question on employment effects and spatial inequality, very quickly here, if you look at papers table 1, these are clearly not the communities that were left behind, the communities in which there are semiconductor facilities. Even if you compare the treated communities to the treated counties, to the control counties, these were better off, but in general, these are communities, these are areas that have high-tech industry. They are more urban, they are larger, they have higher wages. So from that point of view, this does not seem to be the right targeting. On the other hand, when it comes to good jobs, semiconductor jobs have always been considered to be good jobs, and there was also this expectation that one day we may be able to create jobs like the ones people used to have in Motorola, IBM, Intel, all these golden companies of the past. So that raises two questions. The first one is, who gets these additional jobs in the paper? So are these engineers? Are they lawyers and accountants that are just preparing the proposals and the budget? Are these skilled workers, or are they low-skilled service workers? So workers who work in the cafeteria, maybe workers on short-term contracts. And I think the authors are ideally situated to actually answer these questions with the microdata they have. Again, this will come in the future. The second question, and that I think there will be some overlap with what Gabe said, there is also the question, where did this additional employment come from? So we know it didn't come from semiconductor employment in other counties, the control groups, simply because there is no semiconductor employment in these counties. But there are other possibilities. So the worst case is that they come from other countries. So the highly publicized case of TSMC, bringing workers, bringing professionals from TSMC Taiwan is a case in point. Now, we assume these are only very few cases. They received a lot of attention. I assume they don't matter in the aggregate data. Nevertheless, these are really highly skilled engineers and other professionals, highly paid. So you don't want these jobs to go to foreigners from the employment point of view. Very plausibly, they came from other high-tech sectors within the same county or other high-tech sectors from other counties. And if this happened, then there is crowding out of skilled work in other sectors. The ideal case, the dream case, of course, is that they came out of non-employment and also out of fresh graduates. People graduate from college and they get these jobs. So with the micro data, so specifically matched employer-employee data, one can look at these questions, and again, the authors, I believe, can look at all these things. In the meantime, another thing they could do is, rather than looking at semiconductor employment as the relevant dependent variable, they could look more broadly on employment in high-tech sectors or employment among high-skilled workers. I think this is in line with what also Gabe suggested, because this would allow them to examine spillovers, potentially negative spillovers to other sectors. And it's very hard to see how chips in the short run could have increased employment without crowding out of other sectors. In short, and I'm concluding, I don't believe the employment effects were the most interesting aspect of the CHIPS Act, but to the extent that one focuses on the employment effects, the most interesting question regards the kind of jobs that were created and the sources of this additional employment. And this might be the most interesting question also in the long run, to the extent that CHIPS generates incentives for people to invest in the right skills, in the right specialties, and increase their human capital. There could be positive long-run effects. So again, this can lead to a very promising and very rich research agenda in the future, and I'm looking very much forward to reading future drafts. Thank you.
Thanks, Penny. We'll open it up for the floor discussion now, and we'll get back to the authors so you can respond to the discussants, but we want to get some floor comments in. Let me start with John Halterwanger.
So really interesting paper and discussion. I think this paper reminds us that, I'll say, timely processing and access to the microdata can be really valuable. But actually, I wanted to talk about a data set that just got released this morning that I think sheds a little bit of light. So the business dynamic statistics through 2023 was released this morning. It has information on job creation and job destruction at a detailed industry level, and establishment entry and exit, including in the semiconductor industry. So I just looked at it. I haven't obviously had a chance to analyze it, do a diff and diff or anything like that. But one thing that seems to come out from my eyeballing of the statistics is this increase in employment was very much associated with a decline in establishment exits. No. And actually, a decline also in job destruction for continuing establishment. So is that a good thing or bad thing? We don't know. This is related to Eric's point. We need to look further. We do know there's very extensive evidence that who are the establishments that tend to exit? The poorly performing establishments. So the question is what did this do? Prop up some businesses that might have exited otherwise.
Catherine, and then Justin.
Thank you. It's a very interesting paper. I had a comment about the results on the effects on total employment at the county level, which I guess I'm a little worried about. It may be that you wouldn't have expected to see much, but there were other things going on at the same time that might have affected county employment in the control group. The CHIPS Act was passed in August of 2022. That's the same time that the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. That had a whole bunch of money for clean energy, advanced manufacturing, all that kind of thing. It's true that if you look at how employment was trending in the other high-tech counties as compared to the semiconductor counties before that, it looked pretty similar. But if those other counties were also experiencing a shock, that might have affected their total employment. So I'm not convinced that the comparison between the semiconductor counties and the other high-tech counties is really just picking up what the CHIPS Act might have done. I think that this might explain why you're not seeing anything at all.
Okay. Justin, and then Jen.
I just wanted to talk about linguistics. So I spent a lot of time with applied micro people, and when they run these sorts of regressions and they find that the effects of a policy or the measured effects of a policy predate the policy, they call that a failure of a robustness test. When you hang out with macroeconomists, they call it anticipation effects. And they're very pleased to have found such forward-looking agents. Look, figuring out exactly when this should have had an effect is a hard thing, right? Was it once it became likely, once it passed, or once the money comes out? So maybe both of those groups are at extremes that aren't quite right, but maybe what we should do is recognize that there's some multiple hypothesis testing going on here. Only you know what you did in the privacy of your own stata, but my guess is you tried the regressions one way and then you tried them the other way, in which case we should really see Bonferroni adjustments to all of this. The second linguistic thing is to think about what a control group is. So the diff and diff, and I think Gabe pointed this out well, is employment in chip production in counties with chip production plants. And the control group is employment in chip production in counties without chip production plants, which kind of obviously is zero. The point of a control group is not to find a group that's unaffected by a policy, it's to find a group that otherwise would have followed the same path. And so I think when you just think about the economics of what a useful control group here would be, that wouldn't be one. And so I think Gabe missed the opportunity to say what you did, in fact, it was by subtracting zero, was not a diff in diff, it was a diff. And so, you know, it's a little less persuasive that way. And I think finally, Penny's point might be more starkly stated this way. For what set of coefficients of the effects on employment, and even taking account of everything that Gabe said about how to interpret the coefficients, if we're looking at employment, for what set of coefficients would one have judged this to have been a failed policy?
Yan Chen and then David Romer.
My question is more on the scalability of the policy. It's relevant to aggregation to national level as well as relevant for scalability of future industrial policies. I was wondering if this policy were implemented like at the national level, would some counties quickly hit labor supply bottlenecks given the shift in immigration policies, and more recently for future industrial policies, we have now a shift in immigration policy targeting at high-skilled workers under H-1B.
David?
I think Penelope pointed out that the main goal of the act wasn't to help workers, but if that were what we're looking at, I don't think this is the right place to look. So basically, we're looking at the short run. One possible effect of the act is we picked up some people who were in bad jobs and put them into good jobs, and that would be good, but that effect seems to be small, and it's, as Penelope pointed out, most likely those people were skilled already, and the estimates just don't speak to that question. But I think you look more at two other channels the paper is silent about. One is, and Gabe alluded to this, it increases the incentives for investment of a certain type. More capital is good for workers. Some of the workers who got moved into the sector probably got higher wages because their marginal products have gone up. There would be some crowding out, but we don't think that's one for one with higher investment demand. So one could look at that. I think the bigger one, it's extremely hard, but we think the semiconductor industry is sort of rife with learning by doing and R&D effects, and if more of that is done domestically, that could raise productivity in various ways, or cause technological progress. I would think those two things would most likely sort of swamp the good jobs effects in terms of the magnitude of the potential benefits for workers.
Tristan Reed.
Thanks. Great paper. I just wanted to point out the wage effects. So these seem very large. So in table 4, I'm just looking at the diff and diff. It seems about a 50% increase in semiconductors sector and 100% in semiconductor production equipment and materials. So this seems to suggest that there's a pretty inelastic labor supply. I think you could report an elasticity would be useful, but this seems to also motivate Penny's suggestion that we should look for kind of crowd out and decreases in employment in other related industries.
Tarek Hassan.
I'm wondering to what extent the subsidy might be undone by putting a tariff on the machines that you need to produce the chips.
Okay, and John Sablehouse?
Thanks. If the objective of the policy was to get the jobs here in the U.S., I'm wondering if there's any evidence that the complement happened, which is a reduction in the number of chips jobs overseas. Any evidence of that, or the stock prices of companies that would have been producing those chips overseas?
Oh, Gerald, sorry. Gerald Cohen.
I guess I'd like to ask a follow-up around the tariff question, which is I'd like to see what happens if you do this paper after they stopped giving money to a bunch of people who anticipated that they were going to get money, and what happened to those jobs. And then this broader question about what do you do when you implement a policy that is time inconsistent?
Okay, let's go back to the authors, and there's a lot there for you to respond to, but you have pick and choose discretion. So.
Sorry, yeah.
Who would you start?
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
have a number.
So thank you so much. These were great discussions. We had a great productive sort of interchange also before today. So really appreciate that. A couple of things. One is, so this is a difference in differences. It's not a randomized experiment. Differences always have issues that, there could be something group specific happening, which would then, give rise to the effects. There are a couple of things, a couple of directions one might go. One is to try and find a different control group, a better one. We were talking earlier about, international comparison, which would be very useful. Penny brought up the other high-tech employment as an outcome, right? That would be, that would be a useful thing to do. The other thing I think to do is to talk about other stories. What is this thing that we think is affecting the treatment group? One was AI. We think that the timing is off for that. The AI boom started later. The other one, which we think is a real concern, is this thing about the chip shortage. If we could, I have one slide. If you could tell them to show it. Maybe it's just from a Bloomberg article that we cited in the paper. You look at when the wait times for chips spiked. It was much before when employment spiked. Right now, it could be there's a 5-month delay that companies just took companies 5. It's the slide after the references. If the person can so I don't have to stand up. If the it could be that companies just waited for 5 months before reacting, but we think that's unlikely. We think it's more likely that go through to the references and then the next slide. Sorry, you have to make you scroll through everything. Okay, so so we have there are a whole bunch of things that are going on. There's this one, yes. So that's this from Bloomberg. That came out in March 2021. You can see in January 2021 was when the spike was happening. The USICA was May and June when you actually see employment going up. So we think when you look at the other stories or the Intel story, might be behind also the decline afterwards. As far as I can tell, I was looking for news articles. That decline happened in the first layoffs were until November 2024, so it wouldn't explain the decline. Even though they announced it in August, it wouldn't explain the decline after that. Should we go through every comment and try and rebut? Or there's so many.
Why don't
John
you
brings
pick
new
the main
definitions.
ones and look for themes?
Yeah.
So.
Okay, let me just say, John, it's like new meaning to the term real-time analysis, doing this in person. Let me try and respond to Justin a little bit, who's maybe the most critical. So we did have the second difference in difference strategy, which is really not in the paper that was circulated, but where it's within semiconductors, and it's non-fab versus fab semiconductors. We're finding very similar results. You might say the non-fab, the employment's still small there, so Gabe's point still applies, but that I think which we're adding should respond to your main criticism. Joe.
What? Yeah, let me pick up a couple of the themes. I agree that the main reason for the act was resilience, not being reliant on Taiwan for our chips. And one way you can think of this is if we were in a period of unemployment, which wasn't, but an increase, a generation of jobs, there's a shadow price on employment, and it reduces the net cost of resilience. So we're paying a lot for resilience. I think we needed to pay a lot for resilience, And you can think of what we're doing here is giving a basis of a calculation of the net cost. So even if it's not the main effect, it is part of a social welfare calculation. On the issue of the various interpretations of what is going on, learning by doing is an important aspect of industrial policy. It's one of the arguments for industrial policy. And if firms rationally expect there to be learning by doing, that has an anticipation effect on their labor demand. So their demand for labor includes the benefit, the incremental benefit from learning. And so you would see that as if it were an anticipation effect. So, that's, again, an interpretation. That helps clarify another set of issues in industrial policy we can't get into. Is the problem that we're trying to address a lack of capital or subsidizing some industries because the social value is greater than the private value? And in some ways, the fact that Intel distributed so much money in the period before undermines the argument that the real motive was a shortage of capital. If there was a shortage of capital, it was a man-made shortage, and we wouldn't want to incentivize that kind of creation of the shortage of capital. But I think there is an incentive effect, and that and the fact that it was discretionary raises an issue. In discretionary, you would want to not give it to the worst. You might want to give it to the middle because, and you don't need to give it to the top. So the differential effect on the quality is complex, and I don't think we can parse it out in our analysis, but at least it can inform our interpretation a little bit of what is going on. The one aspect of what is going on, again, interpretation, comes out of the fact that there were large wage increases, and I think that does suggest that there was obviously some crowding out. But it also suggests another reason why there might be anticipation effects. If you are in a labor market which is relatively tight, and you anticipate that you might get an award, you would start, I would say, hoarding labor. You would start hiring in anticipation, and knowing that there's a shadow price on labor that is higher than the market price. That also means that after it's resolved who gets it, those who bought it, who hired labor, hoarded labor, if you want, in anticipation of that they might get it, would then fire those workers. And then November 2024, if I can remember correctly, there was another big event that might have had some effect on anticipations of whether grants might be repealed. You might not get the checks that you had happen. There might be other, hostility. So the whole environment changed very dramatically there, and you would think that just the opposite would be going on relative to anticipation. I think, I want to say both. It's been a really rich discussion, a lot of interesting things that we can't, obviously direct. But there was one that Penny raised that I thought was particularly interesting, which is the spatial allocation. It is true that the tech counties are, on average, higher wage, but one could ask the question, among the tech counties, was there attention to the labor market? There are not all great labor markets. There were some that might be weaker. And try to contrast that with maybe a political economy explanation that, when you see Arizona there, you start thinking maybe politics might have affected the allocation. And of course, that is one of the big issues always in industrial policy. So I think not in this paper, but in the next paper, the issue of using this kind of methodology to try to identify what are some of the drivers of the allocation process. There were many reasons, and finally, for the delay. There are a lot of requirements that were put in, but part of the delay was they wanted to do a good job because they didn't want this standard political economy criticism that they hadn't done their due diligence and so forth. So they were trying to balance a number of considerations, and that takes time. And contrast with IRA, where you mainly had a credit, tax credit, where you just you write the regs on who gets the tax credit, and then they get to decide who takes it up. And that's an important part of the design of industrial policy.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Two quick things. One was on wages, Tristan's point. We do have wage effects. The question was whether they're too large. Partly when we do our second design, they're not very robust, so I probably didn't talk about them very much. But also we make no attempt to control for composition, right? So if you're hiring a bunch of engineers who tend to be higher wage than the line workers, then you're going to have a high wage effect in our estimates. And so we think that's partly what's going on. As far as the anticipation, back to the multiple hypothesis testing, this is all documented in an email. We've just said it's the passage of USICA, and Gabe said, go look at the stock market. Do you see it? We went and looked at the stock market. We found it was March 19th and not June 8th. But at least that part, I think we're somewhat insulated against that criticism by the fact that it wasn't us that decided to go look at it.
Sure. Bilge, go ahead.
Thanks for your great comments. So I think just want to say a few things about the spatial inequality comment. So when we look at the QWI data set, which is not entirely comparable to the main data set that we work with, because the missings are much more when you go into the smaller groups. But what we see there is actually more concerning for inequality, because a lot of these increases actually came from college-educated workers. We see more male workers and more white workers relative to non-white. So it seems like preliminary evidence that we want to incorporate in the draft in the upcoming period is that actually the reducing inequality goal hasn't quite achieved so far. And the other thing about the control group, so we did really think a lot about this point. So one thing that I think I was also mentioning is that even though the awards were done in November 2024, we know that the process took 5 to 6 months. So if it was really the anticipation effect, another exercise that can be done is to compare counties with the awards that were announced later to those without awards, but keeping only counties that had some initial semiconductor employment. When we do that exercise, there is still an increase in employment. It's smaller than what we find here, but that's a much more conservative estimate, and that was initially what was in the proposal. So just want to mention that. Thank you.
Great. All right, let's thank the authors, Bilge, Eric, and Joe, and our discussants who've been really actively engaged all through the process, so Gabe and Penelope. So thanks very much. We have a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:30 for the trade war paper. That first says trade war. All right, let's start with the next paper, which is called Trade War and the Dollar Anchor, presented by Tarek Hassan.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I'd like to thank the organizers. This is about trade war and the dollar anchor. So since April of this year, since Liberation Day, there are significant concerns about the US dollar's global role as safe haven and anchor currency. And there are questions about whether the trade war might be eroding the US dollar's exorbitant privilege. What we do in this paper is we evaluate the effects of a trade war in a risk-based model of the dollar's role as safe haven and anchor currency. So I'm going to present the model on one slide, and I promise one slide only. So this is the whole model. This is a completely standard model of exchange rate determination where I have two periods, and the only assumption I'm going to make is that there's a unit measure of households in the world, and the US is special because more households live in the US than anywhere else. So the US is going to be the biggest economy in the world, followed by the European Union, and then a bunch of other smaller countries. Households are going to invest in the first period, and all consumption happens in the second period. They consume a mixture of a traded good and a country-specific non-traded good. And I've thrown everything else out. The only thing left here is there's going to be a shock to preferences in the country. So a country is a place where everybody gets hit by the same shock. And if this chi is high for you, then you just want to eat more. Yeah, that's like a demand shock. Each household owns a firm that produces the local non-traded good using capital, and capital can be shipped only in the first period. So you have to form expectations and then invest accordingly. Households take prices as given and markets clear. So here's the insight, again on one slide. So the universal prediction of this kind of model is that all countries are going to appreciate when domestic demand outstrips domestic supply. So in our case here, if you have a high demand shock, then your real exchange rate is going to go up. You're going to appreciate when people want to eat more. Now, the second kind of also near universal prediction of models of exchange rate determination is that in those states of the world, you're going to import more stuff. So when you appreciate, the same shock that makes you appreciate makes you want to import more stuff per capita. Now, what makes the US special is that more people live in the US than in other countries. So if I now look at the price of traded goods in the world, this lambda T here, when the US appreciates, they're going to suck in a lot of the world traded goods, and that's going to raise the price of traded goods in the world. So I'm going to have a positive covariance between the US dollar going up and the price of traded goods in the world. Now, if you do the same thing with a small country that has a weight of theta 0 here, then, for example, the Australian dollar, when it appreciates, Australians also import more, but that's not going to have any effect on the price of traded goods in the world. That's it. So therefore, the dollar, the currency of the largest economy in the world, is going to have a positive and higher covariance with the price of traded goods in the world, which happens to be the stochastic discount factor in this economy. So what are the consequences of this? And this goes back to my job market paper in 2013. 3 facts. Number one, the dollar is going to be the safest currency in the world. It's going to have a positive covariance with lambda T, with the price of traded goods in the world. Second, because it is safe, the dollar is going to have a lower interest rate than all other currencies, and that's basically applying some basic asset pricing to this covariance here. And number 3, interest rates are not just there for fun, but they allocate resources. So US firms, therefore, are going to have a lower cost of capital, are going to be more valuable than foreign firms, and therefore the capital in the first period is going to flow disproportionately to the US. We're going to have a higher capital to output ratio than we would otherwise have, and therefore US wages are going to be higher because of the US exorbitant privilege. 3 facts. Okay, so what do we learn? Dollar safety and the exorbitant privilege arise because US shocks have an outsized impact on the demand for the world's traded goods. Okay, now what does that mean for
the trade war. Now, if you, in this model, now go and put a tariff on US imports, and let's say we put the same tariff on US exports, meaning the other countries retaliate, although that's not super important. If you put a tariff between the US and the rest of the world, you're going to dampen the effect that the US demand, when the US dollar appreciates, you're going to dampen the effect that US demand has on the price of traded goods in the world. So that means you're going to get rid of part of the reason why the dollar appreciates when the price of traded goods is high. Because now the US shocks spill over less to the rest of the world than they otherwise would. So in other words, in this model, the trade war basically looks like it makes the US smaller in terms of how much it knocks around the price of traded goods in the world. And therefore, it's going to weaken dollar safety. It's going to erode the exorbitant privilege. Now, if you take this model, and in all honesty, it's a little more complicated than what I showed you. If you fit the model to pre-2025 data on interest rates, currency returns, and so forth, and then say, okay, let's put a tariff of 17% between the US and the rest of the world, what happens? Well, in the model, we get US interest rates increase by 0.5 percentage point. The value of US equity in international currency decreases by 2.3 percentage points, and the volatility of the dollar exchange rate goes up. And it turns out that in April of this year, we saw all three of these things happen. Now, what is the prediction of the model? So a measure of a currency safety is just the correlation between the currency and the price of traded goods in the world. And I already told you that the dollar is the safest currency in the world in this model. And now we can see what happens at various levels of trade war to the safety, and you can see it erodes. So we think we're kind of here somewhere. And interestingly, you're going to see later that there is a point at which the euro becomes safer. What happens to US interest rates? So under free trade, that's over here on the left, we have the exorbitant privilege. The US interest rates is 2.5 percentage points lower than that of New Zealand and Australia, two developed economies that don't manipulate their exchange rate. Now, and you see, as you increase the tariff, the more you isolate the US goods markets from the rest of the world, the higher this interest rate becomes, and the lower US capital to output ratio, and therefore the lower US wages are going to become. So the trade war dampens the effect of US shocks on the world market, and thereby undermines dollar safety, raises US rates, the cost of capital, and triggers capital outflows. Okay, so I haven't said anything about the anchor status yet. So what happens to the anchor status in the dollar's anchor status? So I'm going to summarize a paper that we had in the Restud in 2022 on one slide. So think about in this model, exactly the same model, we think about now what would a central bank do if it has the option to stabilize its exchange rate against some target currency. So let's say in this model you are any country, and you can choose two things: the target currency of your currency stabilization, and a fraction omega by which you reduce the standard deviation of the real exchange rate relative to that target. Now, the key insight in this model is that small countries can inherit part of the dollar's safety and financial privileges by stabilizing their real exchange rate to the dollar. So if the dollar appreciates when the price of traded goods is high and you stabilize to the dollar, guess what? Then you also appreciate when the price of traded goods is high and you make your currency safer. Making your currency safer helps you attract investment. So stabilizing to the US dollar lowers domestic interest rates, makes domestic firms more valuable, in this sense attracts investment from the rest of the world, and thereby shifts a larger share of world wealth towards your households. So you can actually show that under mild assumptions, that's an optimal thing to do. What you get out of this model, maybe a little surprising, is that you get the structure of the international monetary system endogenously, in the sense that the smallest countries in the world are going to have pretty hard stabilizations against the safest currency they can find, which is the US dollar. Now, as I go from the smallest countries to medium-sized countries, they're still going to want to stabilize against the US dollar. Not their neighbors, not their friends, but the US dollar, because that's the safest one. but they're going to have looser stabilizations, because as you get larger, it's harder to maintain stabilizations because you have price impact in the world market. So for larger countries, maintaining a stabilization of any kind is harder because they have price impact, and therefore they choose looser stabilizations or float. Now what you get then out of this model, I showed you, I plugged in some numbers. I didn't tell you what the numbers are, but I did plug in some numbers. If I now take the same numbers that gave me the reactions in April to the tariffs, and I ask in this model, what's the optimal stabilization policy? What I get here is, so I'm plotting the size of the stabilizing country on the horizontal axis, and on the vertical axis, I'm stabilizing the optimal strength of the stabilization. And what you find, number one, is that all stabilizations are against the US dollar, as I said. And number two is the smallest countries are going to have a hard peg, and then as the size of the country increases, they're going to have looser stabilizations, and only the largest countries float. This is like a share of world GDP here. Yeah, so now compare that to the data, Iletsky, Reinhardt, and Rogoff, and what you see is that this fits remarkably well, in all modesty. So the small countries stabilize hard, medium-sized countries sort of stabilize, and only the largest countries float. So I get in this model endogenously the structure of the world monetary system that we see. Now, what happens to the world monetary system if we start a trade war? Now, remember, the reason we stabilize to the US dollar is because it's the safest currency in the world. The trade war makes the US dollar less safe. So it poisons the anchor. It makes it less attractive to stabilize against the US dollar, and that's what you see here. So I'm plotting the stabilizing country's welfare, this is now for a small country of measure 0, over the size of the trade war. And what you see is that, okay, for free trade and moderately sized trade wars, you keep the dollar anchor. That's the best move here. But then, turns out that there's a crossing point at 26%, where the euro has a higher correlation with lambda t, and you switch the anchor. So if you now take this and kind of apply it to the different country sizes that we see in the data, what you get is a prediction of what happens to the structures, who stabilizes to whom, as the trade war escalates. And as I said, if you have tariffs of 0, you have free trade. This is kind of approximately the world that we lived in up until 2025. The smallest countries have hard pegs to the US. Medium-sized countries have soft pegs to the US, and only the largest countries float. This is weighted by country size here, so by share of world GDP. These are just 2, but they're big countries. Now, maybe today we're about 12% average tariff on US imports and exports. So as you go from 0 to 12%, some of the soft stabilizers float, and some of the hard stabilizers become soft. Now, this holds into the 20s, and then there's a flip. So if you exceed 26% in this calibration, it turns out that the monetary system doesn't unravel, but instead you just pick a different anchor, and this is going to be the euro anchor. So we're going to have looser stabilizations against a new target currency, which is the euro, and that consolidates at higher and higher levels of tariff, and that's because essentially you're removing the US from the world's goods market, and in the remaining rump of the world economy, the euro is becoming a larger and larger player. Okay, so let me conclude. So we introduced a model where dollar safety and the role of the dollar as the anchor currency arises endogenously. The US dollar emerges as the safest currency simply because shocks that affect the US move a larger share of global demand. Now, this safe haven feature is the key force that underpins the US exorbitant privilege and makes it the anchor of the global monetary system. Isolating the US from the world's goods markets erodes the dollar safety and with it, the key financial privileges that come with the dollar. At an average tariff of 17%, you get a 0.5 percentage point increase in US rates. At an average tariff of 26%, you get a phase shift towards the euro anchor. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Tarek. The first discussant is Jesse Schrager.
So thank you so much to the organizers for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to discuss this paper. Let me actually begin by kind of placing this in the literature and really explaining why I like the key insights here. So there's now a large literature on the kind of asset pricing perspective on foreign exchange rate determination. So beginning with, say, Lustig-Verdelhan and Lustig-Rusnov-Verdelhan, there was a finding that what really can help us understand the movement of exchange rates is kind of a heterogeneous loading on global risk. When something bad happens in the world, we know that the Brazilian real is going to depreciate. We know the US dollar is going to appreciate. Work by Tarek and Murimano really shows us that this kind of heterogeneous loading on global risk is going to show up in persistent interest rate differentials across countries. Now, there's a large kind of search in international finance for, well, what's driving this kind of heterogeneous loading? So Tarek in his job market paper showed, well, one of the things it could be is country size, for the reasons that he went through in the presentation. There's kind of other work by Rob Richman on trade network centrality, Farhi and Gebeks on heterogeneous loading on global risk. So that's kind of more on the international finance side of how can we find heterogeneous loadings and explain the cross-section of currency returns. In the Rees-Side paper that Tarek and co-authors have in 2022, what's exciting about that paper is they take that kind of asset pricing perspective but ask, what's the implication of that for macro policy? Okay? And the idea here is it's kind of a new way to look at pegging. That instead of, say, a commitment device for monetary policy, what it's about is we are going to adopt the stochastic properties of a particular currency in the world. Okay? That's really the key insight of that paper. So what comes in this paper? It's the idea that, well, one way in which tariffs are going to change the international monetary system is by changing the stochastic properties, the risk properties of the US dollar. And thereby, it's going to change the incentive of every country around the world to anchor to the US dollar. Okay? So let me give kind of the key mechanism of this paper here. So you can write the global stochastic discount factor, lambda j, kind of the international price of traded goods, as basically the weighted sum of supply forces and demand forces. And so the key is that, so here that yn that Tarek didn't show, that's kind of non-traded good output in every country in the world. Chi is the demand shock in every country in the world. And in the baseline of the model that Tarek showed, there was no bar, it was just theta. Every country is weighted by its size. So how much does world output of non-traded goods usually fall? Well, it's how big is the country times how big is the shock. It's the average. What happens when there's tariffs? We no longer measure countries by their actual size, we calculate their effective size. How big are they for the world economy? And so there's really nice expressions in the paper. You can actually write out what's the relative, what's the effective size of the US. In the denominator there, you see that little tau. If we have no tariff at all, we go back to the effective size of the US is the actual size of the US. Tau goes to infinity, the US is totally segmented in goods markets, it has an effective size of 0. How about every other country? Well, tau to 0, every country is its natural size. Tau to infinity, how big is any country? It's just how big it is divided by the size of the world economy, excluding the US, because the US is completely out. Now, in this world, who covaries the most with with global risk? So here I'm looking at non-traded goods. What's the covariance between the global SDF and output in any given country? Well, it's essentially just the country size times the variance of the shock. So what gives you a low interest rate? If you appreciate in bad times. What are bad times? Low output. So suppose that you are a small country somewhere in the world and your objective is to get the lowest interest rate. You then peg to the currency that would basically appreciate the most in bad times. And so then to this calculation of when does the international monetary system flip? It's just a question of when is the effective size of Europe bigger than the United States? What is that kind of critical tax rate where Europe is bigger in world markets than is the US? Now, what's nice is you can actually solve this out. It's a really simple expression just in terms of the traded goods share and the coefficient of relative risk aversion. In this simple case, in fact, you would actually have that the switching tariff is actually 200%. Now, what Tarek emphasizes is they estimate that it's actually only 26% for the world to flip. And that really depends on something Tarek didn't talk about, which was the degree of segmentation in international asset markets. So this really relies on only 3% of households actually trading financial securities. And so one thing I'd really like to understand is kind of why this magnitude is so dependent on the nature of the asset market, because the intuition of when you flip your country size is kind of so clear. Okay? Now the idea here is when you raise these tariffs, you're going to change the risk properties of the dollar and dollar-safe assets. So where are we now? I wanted to just kind of present a few measures of kind of the state of dollar safety. So first, this is just the benchmark failure of covered interest parity. So how much would you rather own a US dollar asset versus a synthetic dollar asset hedged in securities markets? And so you can see that especially for 3-month bills, the dollar is still special. We still have covered interest parity, failing, and that hasn't gone away with this recent tariff war. We see the exact same thing even for longer securities. So benchmark, kind of risk, risk need for the dollar, we see that the dollar is very special compared against a basket of G10 currencies. What happens if instead you look at, say, the relative specialness in international markets of treasuries? How much would investors rather own a US Treasury than a synthetic US Treasury, where you take, say, a German Bund and you convert it into US dollars? Here you can start to see for the first time a real erosion of the specialness of the US dollar. So you can see that treasuries have essentially lost their specialness against a basket of other currencies at the 3-month horizon, and it's actually gone quite negative at the 5-year horizon. But what the paper is really asking for is how is this risk, how is the loading on risk changed? And so here I'm kind of looking at motivated by some empirical work Tarek didn't have a chance to show. How does the loading of, say, the dollar on global risk, here I'd look at the change in VIX, change over time. So you can see here that if you just look at changes in the broad dollar, its loading on VIX, it still looks as if the dollar appreciates in bad times, the reaction around Liberation Day notwithstanding. When you look at the loading of covered interest parity on changes in the VIX, you still see that the dollar looks special, Liberation Day notwithstanding. Where you can really see kind of a change in the role of safe assets for the US is the loading of kind of the specialness of treasuries on global risk, where it went from 5-year treasuries being gaining value relative to other safe assets in bad times, just going back to 2012, that's really flipped negative. And that big drop down in the beta there, even though this is a 2-year window, that's really driven by Liberation Day. So in terms of are we seeing some of the mechanism put forward, I'd say we're seeing it a bit in treasuries. It's a bit harder to see in the dollars itself. So now, coming to the analysis that Tarek discussed about the switch to the euro. One question I want to raise is, do we really think that the plausible alternative for the national monetary system is the euro? So in the model, the only thing that should determine the anchor size is relative country size. So when the authors calibrate to 1984 to 2019, the average, you have the US at 27, euro at 15, China at 7. But even when they do their 2023 calculation, China's already second at 17%. But that won't change the analysis. I think more importantly, if tariffs destroy dollar centrality, this is a regime shift in the entire international monetary system. I think rather than kind of a smooth transition, we're in a new world. So I want to raise the question of, when the system gets remade, would China be the more natural replacement as the rising challenger? And I think this is a case where a static model may make it a little bit hard to see. Why? Because in a static model, you would just have to say who's biggest at the time. But if you imagine that countries differ in their growth rates and China is faster growing, and it's not easy to switch your anchor currency year after year, that may be a reason why we actually would see the renminbi as the alternate challenger. Now, clearly from the perspective of the US administration and President Trump, that is what's in his mind. So this is kind of a quote from actually after the election of how the US could apply pressure to support the dollar. So the President says, the idea that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. We require a commitment from these countries. They will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful US economy. Okay? And so in this world, we see tariffs, in the presentation Tarek gave, tariffs necessarily erode support for the US dollar. Is that necessarily always the case? And so one question here is, suppose the United States wanted to use kind of geoeconomic power to pressure other countries to stay on the dollar with tariffs. Is that actually something that, in the context of this model, is feasible? I would say actually yes. So one thing that you could imagine happening is that the threat of tariffs, this this, unless you stay connected to the U.S., you face, higher prices to sell into the U.S. That could be one way in which the U.S. compels countries to not divorce. Now, when you think about that as a policy, you might think that the more countries that are pegged to the dollar, the more tempting it is for other countries to stay pegged to the dollar. In the context of the current model, that's not actually the case. And the reason is, the more countries are pegged to the dollar, the more countries are actually selling insurance against dollar risk. The less risky the dollar becomes, the less interest rate benefit you have. And so one thing I'd encourage the authors to look at is, suppose there are strategic complementarity or network effects in currency, I think you might end up with a little bit of a different reaction to how tariffs could work. I think one thing that actually comes out quite clearly from the model is how it might actually work if the United States was concerned that China was the rising threat to the dollar. Suppose that instead of what President Trump said of tariffs if you move away, suppose the ask is other countries putting tariffs on China. In a world where tariffs of like-minded countries went up against China, how would that change the international monetary system? One of the things that comes out very clearly from this model is that these barriers to trade are going to reduce China's effective size in the international monetary system. And so this is kind of another channel where tariffs don't necessarily move the dollar. Now, is this a good idea? I'd be far more inclined to use kind of positive inducements to stay on the dollar. And I think that this is a case where you could imagine a world of tariff cuts for dollar use, or I think more plausibly, here in this paper, there's no discussion of the ability to commit and sustain a peg. I think in many cases, countries are worried about, say, a speculative attack on a fixed exchange rate regime. The United States very much has the power to make it easier to sustain a connection in the United States. We see this with the swap lines offered to Argentina yesterday. And so you could imagine that the United States has quite a bit of tools to sustain the role of the dollar, even as China's relative size is growing. But now, does the US even want to be the anchor currency? So I'm going to leave reality for a second. In the context of the model, it's really not clear. There are two offsetting effects for the United States. The US does enjoy being the anchor currency because it's every country around the world selling it insurance for free. It's making the US less risky. However, as you get, as you basically insure yourself, what does that mean? You pay a higher interest rate and you have lower capital. And so in the model, it's very much going to be dependent on where in the parameter space you are of if you even want to be the global reserve currency. Now, the final point I want to make here is kind of what looks like an innocuous assumption in the paper, but I think is actually, and pretty standard assumption, but I think is becoming more and more pressing as we see the US fiscal position. In the model, tariff revenues are remitted lump sum to household. In reality, this tariff revenue is now filling in such a large part of our budget gap that it may matter for the role of the US dollar in treasuries. And so right now, I wouldn't say that the US is necessarily dependent on it, but one question going forward is, where is the revenue coming to replace this kind of new tariff revenue, and how would that actually interact with the barriers coming with tariffs? So to conclude, I really think this paper has an important key idea. Tariffs change the stochastic properties of the dollar. That affects the incentives of the rest of the world to peg. Focusing on pegging, I think the same forces should apply to borrowing, lending, invoicing in US dollars. And then some questions looking ahead. Are we seeing a change in the specialness of the dollar, treasury, or both? I think we're seeing a bit more in the treasury than dollar, but it is too early to say. Is the natural rival of the dollar to supremacy the renminbi or the euro? How can the United States sustain the era of dollar dominance, especially in the face of a rising China? And then, does the United States even want to do that? So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jesse. The second discussant is Linda Tisar.
Okay, I'm delighted to be here. I know every discussant typically says thank you for the opportunity to read and think about this paper, but I really mean it. I had a really great time. At first, I fought it because it's so simple and so, I mean, it seems complicated, but when you strip it down, it's so elegant and so simple. And then I didn't like it because I thought, well, that's way too simple. But it's a useful benchmark for thinking how far do we think we can go? And I have to say, these guys really push it very far. I'm not sure I'm willing to go as far as they are to ask all the questions they ask, or I think that it answers all those questions, but it's a great starting point. Okay, so the question is the dollar status as the world's global anchor in jeopardy? I can't think really of a more timely and important question. The motivation is the announcement of U.S. tariffs on so-called Liberation Day that triggered a decline in stock and bond returns. And on that day, the dollar depreciated. Now, this is sort of unusual. This caught everybody back a bit, because typically when tariffs are imposed, this reduces demand for foreign goods, and so you tend to think, oh, this is going to lead to an appreciation, not a depreciation. On top of that, there tends to be a flight to safety in times of turmoil, and this was certainly a time of turmoil, and again, that would have led to an appreciation of the dollar, and instead it was a depreciation. So it's caught everybody back, and is a great motivation for the question, is this the beginning of the end for the dollar? So this is a very stark model, very simple, and I think it's worth just kind of walking through the basic pieces. It's static. Now, this is key because kind of bonds and the dollar are kind of the same thing here. So there's kind of a slippery slope, which I struggled with a bit between, are we talking about the role of treasuries as the global safe asset? Are we thinking about the dollar as the world's anchor? It's kind of all tied together because the model is static, so these assets are kind of the same thing. So we've got households here that consume a traded good and a non-traded good. We've got productivity shocks that can affect the local supply of the non-traded good, and we've got preference shocks that affect the demand for this aggregate traded, non-traded composite good. And they've got the model written down in different ways, but this is the way it comes to the same thing. You'll see in a second. And countries trade assets then and a homogeneous traded good. And trade in goods basically help insure households against local shocks. And households need currency then to buy this traded good from other countries. And the real exchange rate then, we're really talking about the real exchange rate. The real value of traded goods is going to be conveyed in this real exchange rate. And households are going to have different valuations initially because they're subjected to these shocks. And this is going to affect the marginal utility of the traded good. And it all kind of boils down to two equations. The top equation is the real exchange rate, that's SF, and the bottom one is this going to end up being the global risk factor, but it's really the marginal utility of the traded good at every point in time. And what you can see here is there's two factors that affect the real exchange rate. When output of the non-traded good is low, that's going to increase demand for the traded good because I want to compensate for the fact that I don't have as many non-traded goods. That's why there's a minus sign in front of that coefficient. That's going to cause the exchange rate to appreciate. I'm going to want to buy more of goods from the rest of the world. At the same time, when the demand shock is positive, I'm also going to want to buy more from the rest of the world, and that's also going to push toward an appreciation. Now, at the bottom, we've got the world's desire for the traded good. And that also is going to be high when supply of non-traded goods is low worldwide, or when demand for traded goods is high. So you can see we've got these kind of correlated factors there, basically relative supply and demand, and they show up in both this global risk factor and the real exchange rate. And so there's this common driver, and Tarek did a great job presenting this, and so did Jesse, but there's a common driver of both of these components, both of these factors. The global stress factor, though, depends on global conditions. So, and the top one depends on local conditions. So what this means is that size matters. The bigger is the US, the more it's going to have an effect on the exchange rate, and at the same time, the bigger of a weight it's going to have in that global risk factor. So size matters. What does a tariff do? Just super intuitive. The tariff is basically going to put a wedge between kind of the true size of the U.S. economy and its effective size. In other words, it's going to reduce the weight of the U.S. in that bottom factor, and it's going to weaken that covariance. That's the key to the whole thing. Okay? Okay, so for one thing, I'm going to start by taking the model literally. Okay, so literally what the model says is that big countries are safer in the sense that they have a larger impact on the shadow value of the traded good, and their currency will tend to appreciate when times are bad, when demand is greater than supply. Now, is it just size? I mean, does this mean that China is going to automatically grow into being the world's safe asset? Even the authors say in the paper, no, we don't think so. China has capital controls. We don't really. Well, right there it's telling you there's more to being a global anchor than size. There's other things going on, and that's kind of where I want to go. From a risk perspective, even if we take trade per se as the key driver here, is it just trade? I mean, if we think about trade, is it just the volume, how much we buy? I mean, we have to imagine that there are choke points in the economy. We have supply chain issues that being cut off from critical supplies at critical points in time are going to affect the riskiness of a currency and the riskiness in the economy. So I think even trade isn't quite that simple. I think the model also implies a really strong overlap between the timing of flights to safety and what's going on in the United States. Now, that's true a lot. When the U.S. goes into bad times, it's bad for everybody. But it's not always true. There are lots of shocks that lead to global volatility that stem from outside of the United States. So I think, again, just taking the model on its own terms, we can think of ways we could extend this and think, it's a little too simple. I also think, another strong prediction of the model is that, when tariffs were imposed, this is really bad. This is bad for the local economy, and it's going to decouple us from the rest of the world. This isn't exactly what we saw. And again, there's a little bit of a wedge here between U.S. assets and the health of the U.S. economy and the U.S. dollar, or the return on U.S. nominal assets. So, for example, recently what we've seen is that U.S. companies are doing fine, and foreigners are investing a lot in U.S. companies. What they seem to be worried about is holding the dollar. So you can see over on the right, you can see that these ETF funds, for the first time in a long time, are actually hedging their U.S. position. They want to hold U.S. assets. They're worried about the dollar. I also want to, there are a lot of papers that look at the attributes of, that talk about safe haven assets. And I think lots of currencies are raised up as potentially safe haven assets. And I have a student who wrote a paper. He had a different way of identifying when flights to safety occur. And, for example, Switzerland now and again emerges as a place where there's heavy flight to safety, and it emerges as a safe asset. But do they become a global anchor? And I think it's because there's more to being a global anchor than just you have the right covariance properties at particular points in time. For example, why isn't the euro likely to emerge as the global safe haven anchor currency? Well, even Madame Lagarde has said that a key barrier to that is the liquidity of the Eurobond market. That yes, there are a lot of Eurobond assets out there, but they're issued by different countries, they have different risk characteristics, different liquidity, and so there isn't an obvious substitute for U.S. Treasury. So even the euro, which is probably the next currency possibly to step in line, is a few steps away from really being a safe haven asset. The other thing I want to raise is, was the market response to Liberation Day, was it really about trade? Is that what we were really reading about in the papers? For sure it was. We were worried about tariffs. But if you look at headlines from the time, this is the Wall Street Journal, what the Trump dollar plunge means, are investors losing confidence in U.S. economic policy? Trump tariffs aim to bring down a curtain on the era of globalization. After tariff shock, Trump may weaponize finance against allies. Sell USA, why Trump's tariffs may spark a historic storm on Wall Street. I think they were worried more than, tariffs were maybe the tip of the spear, but there was a real worry about where this is headed that was really unsettling markets. And so I think looking ahead, if we think about, now I'm going way beyond where the paper is, but if we think about what the threats to the dollar might be, I think it goes beyond tariffs, and it goes to, what if there really is a commitment to the implementation of the Mar-a-Lago Accords? The tax on Fed independence are a threat to the dollar. Tax on foreign investors, hostile conditions for foreign firms and the workers that work in those firms, rising public debt, persistent U.S. policy uncertainty, changing geopolitical alliances and the ability of our financial regulations to keep up with them. I think these are all things, and they're obviously well outside the model, but I think these things go to maybe more so than pure tariffs to threaten the status of the dollar. Now, regardless, these threats are rising, but I don't know that the dollar is going anywhere immediately. We've been talking about these kinds of threats for some time, and of course the dollar remains, it's in its dominant position, although we do see countries diversifying away in their FX reserves. So just to conclude, I think taken on its own terms, I think this is a brilliant paper. It's a simple model. It highlights key linkages between trade and risk sharing. It delivers stark predictions for the exchange rate, the interest rate, and demand for U.S. assets. I think of it as a benchmark from which we can kind of think about this is things stripped down to their essence, which is not easy to do when you think about questions around the global anchor currency and financial markets. So I think that's brilliant. But is this the only or even the best framework for thinking about the safe haven status of the dollar? I'm not sure, but that's a pretty tall order to fill. So I think it's a bit of an unfair standard. So I think the dollar remains dominant, but the foundations under the dollar may be cracking, partly due to tariffs, but partly due to a lot of other threats. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Linda. I think Shebnam has a question.
Great paper and great discussions. I would like to pick up on Linda's last point, and there were just several shocks happening in April, right? And I would put in terms of dollar depreciation and are we at the start of losing the safety status, the policy uncertainty, especially trade policy uncertainty and the general economic policy uncertainty to the top. If you look at the Steve's and Nick's index, both trade policy uncertainty and economic policy uncertainty is just like skyrocketed. And, it is also volatile, right? So in that sense, is there any way to separate the safety side from just this like huge increase in policy volatility affecting the depreciating the dollar? For example, during the Middle East and the Iran bombing and all, dollar appreciated again, which tells you that safety is pretty much there. So that would be very, very interesting, like to really kind of separate that whole policy uncertainty, depreciating the dollar versus maybe the other side still keeping the safety. Thank you.
So go to Jay Shamba and then Dung Hoon.
Thanks. I largely agree with everything Linda said, but I have a couple nuances to add. So first, in large part, because it's a really cool paper and it's really fun, and so it's and I also agree with the results that chaotic trade policy may undermine the safe haven role of the dollar and change exchange rate regimes. But like Linda, I do have questions about the mechanism, and in particular, if I think of what it means to be a safe haven, I'm not sure it's appreciating when the price of traded goods goes up. It seems like it's a lot more about risk aversion goes up, uncertainty goes up, all these sorts of things. So you still got the same thing like the Lustig-Verdal hand, like marginal utility of consumption is higher, and it's the same properties. But those things, again, seem to tie much more to your asset market properties than your size of trade in the global market. And it's a lot more about, do you have liquid markets, depth of market, et cetera. And that's why you could get countries like Switzerland and Japan actually being even more of a safe haven than the United States in terms of how they appreciate relative to global risk. The second thing was, regarding kind of it's not just the covariance as to why countries choose to peg to the dollar. If you actually talk to countries, that is their least favorite part of pegging to the dollar. They hate appreciating with the dollar when it appreciates in bad times. And they will explicitly tell you this if you're working in the US Treasury. And Vietnam was thrilled to have depegged to the dollar right before the dollar got stronger in COVID and things like that. And it's because they don't want to appreciate in bad times. They want to depreciate in bad times to be able to sell more of their goods unless they're really short foreign currency, in which case maybe they don't. But that seems, again, to just connect to this idea that it's not just about the covariance, it's about other stuff. It's about being tied to this incredibly deep liquid financial market and having all these savers who like to save in dollars. And so if you peg to them, you get all your results, which I do agree with, that by pegging you can lower the interest rates and things like that. Thanks.
Don Cohen, then Ben Harris.
So one of the unusual things about these tariff agreements is that they come with enforced investment in the United States. The UK and Japan have agreed to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the US. And I wondered how to think about that in regard to this. So in effect, the US seems like it's trying to capture more of the global capital stock with these forced investments. And then you have things like stable coins, where people think that that will increase the demand for U.S. Treasury securities and demand for dollar assets, dollar-denominated stable coins. So there are a bunch of things going on that feel like they're contra, to some extent, to the disruption of the tariffs in terms of the capital investment and the demand for U.S. assets.
Ben, and then Rick Mishkin.
So let me just ask a question out loud that I hope is not construed as support for higher levels of tariffs. But when you think about macro stability risk, we have two big vehicles in the United States. We have an FOMC, which meets 8 times a year and often takes no action and is bounded by the zero lower bound. And we also have fiscal policy, which at best you get one reconciliation package a year and has mixed motivation. Thinking back to like 2010, when I think Republicans in the House were perfectly happy for the United States to have slow economic growth. The tariff regime, as we've discovered the past few months, is incredibly flexible, can turn on a dime, and seems to be driven by a motivation. Well, I don't really know what the motivation is, but could in theory be driven by a motivation for greater macro stability. And so because you have, in effect, what looks like a sales tax on certain goods that can be changed very quickly, are tariffs actually a new tool for macro stabilization if used right?
Rick Mishkin.
So I think when you think about what's been happening in terms of this administration, the tariffs are also an aspect of not about trade so much as an exercise in power. So you don't like a particular policy, you put a big tariff on the country to punish them. So classic example here is Brazil, where they want 50% tariffs because they've been nasty to Bolsonaro. So in that context, it actually can create a tremendous amount of uncertainty, which is not in this model, because you just pick a particular level of the tariffs. And I think that would actually mean that you have another aspect which makes the currency less safe, and that would mean that you don't even have to have as high tariff rates in order to actually get this switch.
Neil Marocha.
So I think one of your main results is that interest rates might be higher due to the increase in tariffs. But it seems important here to think through the dynamic effects in a world with capital markets and investment goods. In that world, a tariff looks like a negative productivity shock and is going to depress investment demand globally and can have sizable effects on interest rates that may be as big as what you're finding.
John Steinson.
So an important fact about the world over the last 75 years is that the largest economy in the world supported free trade. Now, if you think about what our trade economists teach us, a basic fact in their models is that the largest economy in the world has the strongest incentives to impose tariffs because of terms of trade effects. And so I guess it's kind of like a puzzle from the perspective of trade economists that the largest economy in the world supports free trade. And so I found the perspective in this paper to be, a very interesting perspective because it kind of, that argument is being made by the trade economists to support the notion that the U.S. should have tariffs, or at least that's an argument in favor of it. But this paper, I thought, provided a very nice, counter-argument to that very basic argument from trade theory that a large economy should actually impose tariffs.
Gabe.
One of the things I find regrettable about some of this administration's macroeconomic policy is it does so many things at once that it's hard to separate out as a researcher what is what. That's where high frequency is very useful, and the April asset market returns are very useful. As a request maybe to the editors, the Supreme Court's going to hear on November 5th the case on whether these tariffs are in fact constitutional. I think they may find if they're not, that would be a very nice second test of asset market returns and what happens with your model, and it would be wonderful to maybe extend the deadline for this paper to incorporate that evidence.
I thought you were going to ask us to slow the world down. Okay. Ben Bernanke.
Enjoyed the paper. There are arguments I associate with Pierre Gouvernail and others that the way the U.S. provides insurance is by issuing bonds. It has to do with the liability and asset structure of the country. We issue bonds and we hold equities abroad. And so in bad times, we're insuring, the foreign investors, and we're taking the losses in the equities. I just wondered if somehow or another this model could be jiggered to kind of give you that result if there's an endogenous asset decision.
Penny Goldberg.
I very much agree with all the comments that emphasize the role of uncertainty. That said, I want to make an argument in favor of the mechanism highlighted in the paper. On April 2nd, when the tariffs were announced initially, for a day it seemed uncertainty was resolved because at least for a week it seemed we would know what tariffs would be in the near future. And at that point there was no prospect of negotiation, bilateral negotiations and reducing the tariffs. And that's when the dollar really depreciated. So it was a statement on the US part that we want to decouple from the world economy, and the exchange rate did react to that, as predicted by the paper. And of course, what followed was very different from what was initially announced, and all these questions about uncertainty became very relevant.
Joe Stiglitz.
Yeah, I think the point that was made before that this is a static model and one really needs to view exchange rates in a more dynamic capital market. And when you think about one aspect of being the anchor, it's that it's used as a reserve currency. And when you think about it used as a reserve currency, that's an important driver of capital flows. And those capital flows are part of the general equilibrium and have a first-order effect in the determination of exchange rates and in U.S. macroeconomic policy, so and macroeconomic effects. So being a reserve currency has some big disadvantages because it means that we have to run trade deficits when other countries want to hold U.S. dollars. And so that really affects the stability of the U.S. economy. And you see some of this, the point that was made before by Jay about how other countries view being anchored to the dollar. Argentina being anchored to the dollar in the period after the 90s, after 1989, and basically the collapse of the Argentine peso was because of the strong dollar. Ecuador, a very small country, also had enormous problems because it was anchored to the dollar. So anchoring to the dollar, both for small countries and medium-sized countries, has proven very problematic.
Yuan Chen, Yang, and then Christy Romer.
Yeah, another point I think is worth considering the difference between announced tariffs and actual tariffs, because while tariffs were announced at high levels, but there were exceptions on Apple product from China, for example, and the USMCA. So perhaps the effect on dollar we've observed comes from uncertainty or anticipation rather than the actual implementation of these tariffs.
Okay. Christy, and then John Holtwager.
I just want to follow up on something that Penny said, because I agree with you that on Liberation Day, maybe some of the uncertainty about tariffs were resolved, but I think what the policy did was to raise concerns about every other policy that might be coming out of the government. And so the risk that we were going to have crazy fiscal policy, attacks on the Fed. I think the perception was maybe all of those things went up on that day. And so I think that just kind of echoes, I think, what Linda was saying, that there's so many other things going on that were probably affecting those things.
John?
So one very different thing is to talk about the impact of trade and I'll say misallocation. So I thought of what I learned from Mark Mellitz and all the international trade economists, that really the big push for free trade is we improved allocative efficiency, not only in the United States, but around the world. And U.S. on many different policies has sort of been the beacon for trying to keep the economies dynamic and flexible and without lots of misallocation. To me, lots of these policies, the uncertainty, but also the tariffs themselves, are increasing misallocation in the United States on many different dimensions. The U.S. was a place people wanted to do business, partly because we were this dynamic, flexible economy. I think that this pushes against that.
Okay. Let's go back to the authors. You have a lot to respond to, but you have a little time, and maybe you can break the comments into themes so you can address a few at a time.
How much time?
You have 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. So
if you don't use it all, we could go back for more questions.
Yeah, okay, so let me try and, so first of all, I'd like to thank the discussants for fantastic discussions and also their patience with us in this process. So let me I want to first say something that is cutting across a bunch of the comments. This is a static, very simple model because, it's nice, but we also don't know how to do the dynamic, complicated model. So I just want to comment in this sense on the state of the literature. As Shabnam is sitting there, we've been banging our heads against the wall for many years, trying to essentially create a synthesis between international macro and asset pricing. And the reason we believe that is so important to do is because you can get really fun results like the ones that we just showed you. But also because we think things like the global financial cycle and sudden stops and many, many other things about the effects of uncertainty on the world economy are important things. And I just wanted to note that the professional rewards, having educated basically students on the international macro textbook and the asset pricing textbook, and having tried to stick these two things together, the professional rewards for doing this are very low. So I just wanted to, just in general, maybe if you thought this was interesting, generally maybe be a little bit more patient with your students, because you try to stick these things together and all of a sudden things that work in one setup don't work in the other setup. And okay, so I'm going to stop talking about this now. But that's basically the state of the literature, right? We're doing this simply because we don't know how to do the big, beautiful model. So for Jesse's comment, so why is tau crit? So why is this kind of switching tariff so dependent on market segmentation? So let me tell you how we resolve the sticking together problem here. So there's a fundamental issue in traditional macro models that risk premia have zero effect, right? Because they're small.
Yet we were able to write a model with constant relative risk aversion here, and that looks fairly realistic, where the risk aversion really does something that sounds like it's realistic. And the reason we were able to do this is by assuming that only 3% of world GDP is engaged in arbitraging prices across countries, basically. So we just put in massive market segmentation. Now, the literature, I don't know, I asked a bunch of people, is 3% crazy? And some say yes, and others say no, I don't know. But that's why that's happening. So fundamentally, we're resolving asset pricing puzzles that way. Is it the euro or the renminbi? I think that's a great question. Our view was that China has lots of TAOs of its own. And maybe, the general message here is that like the TAOs are bad for your anchor status, and I think that applies to China as well. There's sort of a few people have kind of touched on reserves and other reasons why the dollar is important. There's a fairly straightforward extension of the model. Well, it seems, it's never straightforward when you actually try to write the model, but like I think it would be easy to add an assumption that if you want to stabilize against the dollar, you need to hold some reserves in dollars. And that would then basically create a synthesis between this sort of reserve asset view of why the dollar is special and this sort of like risk premium based view of why the dollar is special. And I think that would be a fun thing to think about, and that would also be a reason why anticipating that the dollar anchor is going to go away might have massive effects on the level of the exchange rate because people expect to be exchanging their dollar reserves. So that would be a fun thing to think about. There's an interesting question about, do you want to be the anchor, the dollar anchor? I just wanted to clarify the implication of the model. The implication of the model is conditional on being a large country. If you can't change that, conditional on being a large country where like it's too expensive for you to stabilize against someone else, you want to be the anchor. Because essentially, this is sort of a magical thing that happens in the model where essentially it's welfare improving for small economies to stabilize. So they're obviously doing it because they're benefiting. And then the large economy is happy to be the target. Who's paying? Right? So it's like there's very little frictions in here. So who's paying for all these gains of stabilization? The answer is it's the large countries that are not the target who are paying. So it's kind of not your choice. You're large, then you're basically paying a penalty in equilibrium if you live in a world where other people stabilize to anything. Yeah. Okay, what else do I want to say? Yeah.
Other question about uncertainty, I guess.
Okay.
Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so you can think about like policy uncertainty here in a very simple way where you don't know what the TAO is going to be. So if the TAO has a variance, it's basically just as bad as having TAO multiplied with relative risk aversion and modulo risk premia are important, then the policy uncertainty is just as bad as the policy in some sense, at least directionally.
I guess I can add something. So there were a few comments about what does it mean by bad times. So in the sense that size, when the U.S. has a high demand shock or low supply shock, that's bad time. And there are comments about what exactly does it mean to be bad times. It could be that global risk reward is high and so on and so forth. I basically want to comment on that. Is that Tarek sitting here, like you can see why we like size as the stand-in for this model, but that's really not like the only choice in the sense that you can think of other things where for example when global risk reward is high in the U.S. is appreciating stuff like that. As long as that dollar safety depends on the dollar its connection with the rest of the world, then the tariff going up and cutting the U.S. out of the global economy will have a similar effect. In that sense, the size kind of example, you can think of other things like trade centrality or a disaster and stuff like that. As long as the safety of the dollar depends on the U.S. The interaction between U.S. economy and the rest of the world, then the same mechanism here should also go through.
Yeah. So to John's comment, the normal. So we wrote this model basically with a laser focus on this one risk premium effect of tariffs. All the other rules about why tariffs are bad still apply. We just kind of threw them out of the model. So we have a homogeneous traded good. As soon as we have differentiated traded goods, all of standard results kind of apply here. So we didn't want to detract from that at all. Don, the trade deals with investments. So the stated goal of the administration. This has nothing to do with the model, but I just wanted to say it anyway. So the stated goal of the administration is to reduce trade imbalances. Okay, so you want to reduce a trade deficit, and then you go and you put a tariff to reduce the trade deficit, and then you go to the country and say, please invest even more in our country so that we can have a larger trade deficit later. It makes no sense, right? So we all understand that if you go and invest more in the U.S., the trade deficit will go up. Someone, maybe should explain that. I don't know where it is, the White House. And then Jay, so one kind of fun thing about, and Joe also, one fun thing about this model is the credibility of the stabilization kind of doesn't matter for the directional effects. So as long as you stabilize in some part of the state space, all the directional stuff goes through. And even if I believe that in some extreme case, Argentina is going to loosen the stabilization, I'm still going to react in the same directional way at least. Tommy, did you have anything?
Yeah, we want to give Thomas a chance to weigh in. Let me unmute him there.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. I hope you can hear me. First, apologies for not being able to travel to Washington. We had an event here. I also want to mention the Fed disclaimer applies, especially with this topic. Okay, so a couple of comments on the discussion. First, in terms of the policy uncertainty, I agree that it might have been a mixture of various uncertainties that appeared on Liberation Day, maybe a resolution of what the tariffs are going to be, but potentially uncertainty about future policies. Now, if there's additional policies that might come up in the future, whether it's an increase in uncertainty right away, which is something we've seen in asset markets, or whether these are uncertainties that are going to materialize in the future, you would probably see the dollar move in the same direction. And the fact that we didn't tells us something about there being other forces at play than there usually would, I would think. Then I quickly wanted to say something about the simplicity of the model. That's, of course, a double-edged sword. And of course, you can quibble with the realism of the model in various dimensions. And thank you, Linda, for pointing out that there are also upsides to doing it, because it's very clear of what's really driving the effects here. And so I think we emphasize that part. And I think that's just important. But of course, we're not really capturing everything that's going on in the data. I just wanted to highlight one point that John made on the overall global welfare that you would get from free trade. If you go to the baseline model is first best without tariffs and without stabilizations. Now, some countries still find it optimal individually to stabilize their currency. And so somebody else has to pay. We know that from the first welfare theorem. So that is something that is going on in the model, and that's in the background. And lastly, I wanted to make one comment on Ben. So we looked at the allocations here in the model, but we also have a version that has a decentralization. And it is indeed the case that countries are invested in their equities and might short the bonds of other countries. So we do have an asset market stabilization, the decentralization here. Thank you.
Great. So we're all set? Terrific. Thanks very much. And we'll take a break now and come back at 4 o'clock for our star.
It's interesting.
It shouldn't be bucking on me. Okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start the last session, and Lukasz Rahel will present What Next for R-Star, a capital market equilibrium perspective on the natural rate of interest.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's a great pleasure. Let me start this talk by flashing two crucial macro trends. So the trend on the right is the trend in real interest rates. The trend on the left is the trend in the picture on the left shows real interest rates across 6 advanced economies, and the picture on the right shows the wealth to GDP ratio across the same set of countries. So what you can see on the left is the well-known 30 years of decline in real interest rates. These are real 10-year government bond yields. In fact, real interest rates have continued to decline right up until the pandemic, when they turned negative for some period, and this period has been coined as secular stagnation. Recently, real rates at the long end have moved sharply upwards, together with the policy tightening at the short end that we have observed. And so this begs the question, is this the end of this downward trend? Is this a turning point? And so motivates naturally the focus of today's discussion. The picture on the right shows that over the same period, the wealth to GDP ratio has increased dramatically, basically doubled from 3 to about 6 across these countries. And so in this paper, my aim is to provide a useful tool for analysis of R-star, the natural rate of interest. That is the anchor for monetary policy, and obviously first order important for fiscal policy, and also wealth to GDP ratio. And what do I mean by useful? By useful, I mean that you could imagine yourself having a conversation with a senior policymaker who tells you that R-star is currently moving fast and perhaps is 200 basis points higher than everybody else thinks, or maybe it has fallen and is 200 basis points lower. So what should be the frame of the conversation that you want to have with that policymaker? Well, hopefully after this session, I'm going to provide some content to this. First, I'm going to elaborate on the economics of the determination of the natural rate of interest via a capital markets equilibrium. Second, I'm going to use a framework where transitional dynamics are such that R-star can change quickly and react quickly to shocks. And third and fourth, point number 3 and number 4 kind of respond to the crystal ball sort of problem, meaning that I don't have a crystal ball. I don't really know what's going to happen. So to be useful, I'm going to try to provide you with the sensitivity of the natural rate to some of the driving forces out there. And then I'm going to try to combine these sensitivities to give you a sense of the scenarios that quantify some of the narratives that have been out there. Now, I'm going to focus on an advanced economy block altogether. So this is going to be advanced economy perspective motivated by the commonality of the experience that I showed you in the previous slide and a high financial integration. But of course, heterogeneity across countries is high on researchers' agenda, including on mine. So watch that space. But today, advanced economy block. And in terms of the roadmap, I'm first going to basically try to establish the credibility of the setting that I'm using by interpreting the 2 trends that I showed you on the first slide through the lens of my model. I'm then going to tell you what a business as usual projection for R-star is. And what I mean by that is basically current level and the path for R-star that is going to happen, that this model predicts, conditional on focusing on the drivers that we've already thought about basically in the run-up to the pandemic. Okay, but Then since the pandemic happened, a lot of things happened in the world, of course, and so we might want to think about a turning point, especially motivated by some of the movements in the financial markets. And here I'm going to provide these sensitivities and the associated scenarios. All right, so jumping straight into the framework, I don't really have time to do anything, to tell you any details on the framework, but in broad terms, this is a general equilibrium model with finitely lived households with a simple, tractable demographic structure. There's two phases of life. People are born a worker, and then they retire, and at some point they die. There's firms in this economy, and firms have market power. There's a government that sets fiscal, social, and tax policies, and there's a foreign economy that might send saving our way, basically. Okay, so in terms of this capital market equilibrium that I want to think about, on the one hand, on the one side of this capital market equilibrium are the households. So households save for future consumption, for paying taxes, and chiefly for retirement. And through that, they accumulate a mix of safe and risky assets. Now, when we think about how this process of accumulation, what does it result in the long run? It results in some asset holdings. And how much assets, how much capital households end up holding depends on the steady state interest rate, and it's an upward sloping schedule. Okay, so this is what I'm plotting in this picture. Note that in a classic textbook neoclassical growth model, this would be a perfectly elastic capital supply, so this would be a flat curve in the long run. In this setting, because of the finite lives, this is an upward sloping schedule. On the other side of the economy are the firms and government that absorb the funds that the households accumulate. So in particular, firms fund the capital stock and issue claims to profits, and both of these assets are risky in my model. And then the governments also issue safe debt. Now, how much capital firms demand and what the value of the profit flow is negatively related to the interest rate. And so in the capital markets equilibrium, this is a downward sloping relationship in blue that you see on the right. Now, this picture is actually not just a stylized representation of the equilibrium, but this is what the calibrated version of my model would produces, basically. And note that there's a asymptote, the horizontal line around 1%. This is because both of these lines asymptote basically to the level equal to GDP growth minus the safety premium. And this is going to be important. I'm going to come back to that. So I've calibrated this diagram to correspond to the 1970 steady state where I begin my analysis. And so this asymptote is about 1% at the time. So where the two curves cross, of course, that's the steady state equilibrium. So the green dot is the 1970 steady state. As you can see, the model predicts that R star, safe R star around that time was high, about 5%. So why is the safe R star so high? This is a list of the exogenous drivers that are there in the model. And basically, there's two reasons why R star is so high in 1970s. First, future is very bright. So this is the first. This is the first box that I've highlighted here. Productivity growth is expected to be about 2.8%. Population growth is also strong at 1%, so that delivers growth of GDP of around 4%. You know, there's a lot of growth in this economy, and so that induces firms to invest a lot and discourages households from saving. At the same time, the demographics are such that an average worker in 1970 expects to spend about 7 years in retirement only. And so there's not that much time in retirement that puts downward pressure on the desire to save as well. Now, back to the future, what we might think about how these exogenous drivers change as we move forward in time, where the economy might settle in the long run. We're focusing first on the growth numbers. You know, growth has fallen substantially, so productivity growth is maybe expected to be half of that of what the expectation was in 1970. Population stopped growing, and it, in fact, is going to start shrinking in the long run. But there's been this massive increase in life expectancy that's translated into much longer time in retirement that needs to be, that the workers save for. So 23 years in retirement in the long run steady state. Of course, other things have changed as well. Government debt to GDP ratio and social security spending have tripled and doubled respectively. And the literature shows that there's been this rise in convenience yield or safety premium as well between these periods. And I'm assuming here in this business as usual projection that this thing will remain. Okay, so this is the picture that I already showed you, the capital market equilibrium in 1970. Now, all of these shifts that we've discussed, they're going to shift these curves around, okay? And let me show you how. So fast forwarding to the new steady state, 2050 plus, you can see that there's a massive downward shift in a capital supply schedule, and also a big shift in the capital demand. Okay, what's important is that this asymptote that I've drawn before was about 1% GDP growth minus the safety premium. It has declined dramatically by about 4 percentage points because growth has declined and because the risk premia have increased. Therefore, shifting these curves not only sort of horizontally but also vertically. Okay. So what does the new steady state look like? The R star in this new steady state is about 0, and the wealth scaled by GDP is about 6. So you can already see that we're getting close to the magnitudes that I have showed you at the beginning. Note also that these curves around the steady state are flatter, okay, about half as flat as they were in 1970s. And that's interesting. These changing elasticities will have an impact on the sensitivity of R star to various driving forces in the past and in the future, because because both curves are flatter. So this is the stock representation of the equilibrium. We can also illustrate the same logic, or with the same model, we can use the flow diagram with desired net saving and desired investment. And the only point I wanted to make here is that this dramatic expansion in wealth to GDP ratio that you see on the left is nonetheless consistent with net flows of saving and investment being weak in this new equilibrium. So in fact, we're moving to the left of the right diagram in the net saving or investment space. And that is because growth has fallen dramatically, right? So the flows that are required to maintain the stocks are much lower. All right. So the steady states are only telling you where you start and where you're going to end up with. But I want to go beyond that. I want to answer a question: where are we along this transition, and what is R star today? And this is the picture. This is basically the answer from the model. So the picture on the left shows that R star in the thick line goes from 5% to 0, but largely where the vertical line is where we are today. Largely, we've completed that transition. Okay, so point estimate is around 0.6. And R star continues to trend mildly downwards. And I've added these two lines to show you the sensitivity to the calibration of the discount rate, which basically meets my calibration targets. So just to remind you that uncertainty around these model estimates is very substantial, of course. And the panel on the right just shows that the wealth to GDP ratio increases along the transition. If I add on the data, so the advanced economy, GDP-weighted real bond yield, and wealth to GDP ratio, what you can see on the left is that the model and the data agree in the middle of the period, but they disagree at the beginning. So the R star coming out of this model is much higher than the realized real rates in the 70s. So perhaps that's consistent. That's perhaps one of the reasons why inflation was high and volatile around this period. And also, the market-based real rates have fallen more dramatically in the run-up to the pandemic, so that some of the pickup recently is sort of a correction towards what the model suggests. Okay, we can. I don't really have time, but we can, of course, go through also the decompositions of the driving forces. Maybe I'll leave that for the discussion, both for R star and the wealth. And let me go back to your conversation with the policymaker and ask, how can this help you beyond having an account of what might have happened in the past? So first, let me give you the sensitivity analysis. So obviously, this chart is like way too much to take in the presentation. There's loads of panels, but let me just explain and focus on one particular aspect. So what this shows is a sensitivity of R star to a permanent change in any of these exogenous drivers that are there in my model. So focusing on the first panel there, this is the response of R star if growth goes up by 1 percentage point permanently. You can see that R star goes up by 1 percentage point, thereabout, and then continues to go up, and overall response is closer to 2 percentage points. You can also see in the different lines that the sensitivity of R star with respect to these various drivers has changed quite a lot between 1970s and the new steady state, and that's the function of these curves that I showed you before becoming steeper, becoming flatter over time. We can, of course, do temporary shocks as well. So, what would a 3-year long border policy do? We can do simulations like that as well using this model. The last thing I want to do is basically combine some of these sensitivities and bring them to where we are today along the transition into these 6 scenarios. So, again, I don't really have time to go into any detail here, but I'm analyzing deglobalization, where the global savings glut is shrinking and there's some offsetting productivity effects and the effects on resilience due to some friendshoring or reshoring. Remilitarization scenario, AI, intangibles, a scenario where there's a lot more debt as a result of social security spending rising more rapidly than in my pretty benign baseline, and also in a scenario where I'm thinking about investors basically being scarred by the recent experience of having experienced large losses on their nominal portfolios and demanding higher premium for holding safe assets, so basically smaller convenience yield. The idea here is not to say, any of this is super realistic or I have some comparative advantage in coming up with these scenarios. It's more to give you a sense of the quantities and the sensitivity. Okay, so given these assumptions, this is what the scenario analysis looks like. So most of these scenarios, except the intangible one, raise the interest rate. 3 of them raise the interest rate by about 1 percentage point. So that's the inflation risk scenario, the AI, and the debt finance social security. Although the inflation risk scenario is the one that is the fastest acting. Okay, so that's the one that can deliver really sharp changes in the safe R star. But of course, as you can see, to go back to the pre-GFC levels of R star according to this model, more than one of these upside risk scenarios would have to materialize at once. Or of course, these scenarios would have to be even more powerful. Okay, so I'm definitely out of time. Let me just conclude by saying that hopefully this is a useful toolkit. Capital markets equilibrium with this limited forced transition where R star can move fast, and with the sensitivities hopefully allows you to build your own view of the central case and the risks to R star. Thank you.
Thanks, Lukasz. The first discussant is Adrian Auclair.
Okay, so thanks so much for inviting me to discuss this paper. So this paper is about R star. So I don't think it's an exaggeration to say R star is the most important number in all of macroeconomics. It's the most important number for monetary policymakers. Right? It gives us the policy rate that they need to set so that inflation's on target in the long run. What could be more important? It's also one of the most important numbers for fiscal policymakers, because it determines the long-run sustainability of a given inflation trajectory. Right? So what this paper does is it gives us R star. It provides historical estimates of it and of its determinants, and then it provides scenarios for the future. And it's a very timely update on the earlier paper that Lukasz had with Larry Summers, which was actually in this conference in 2019. Timely because since then, real bond yields have increased pretty dramatically, leading people to talk about a potentially new normal. And also the fundamentals have changed, and in particular, we've had large increases in government debt everywhere. We are maybe at the precipice of an AI revolution where growth might start to take off, and also we have a lot of geopolitical tensions. Okay, so all of these might be raising R star. Okay, so just to give it away, I think it's a fantastic paper, so I love this paper. It's very timely, as I said. It's extremely clear. It's well written. It has important findings. And the thing that I think is phenomenal about it is that it uses an approach to think about this question that's just clearly right. And that's that R star fundamentally is the interest rate that ensures the equality between asset supply and asset demand So if you want to think about how do various forces affect R star, well, you have to have some kind of structural model in which you can map these structural forces to the asset supply and to asset demand, and therefore onto R star. Okay, so in that way, it's actually complementary. That's a bit why I'm partial to it, to a paper that I had this year at Jackson Hole that we called The Race Between Asset Supply and Asset Demand. It's joint with Hannes Malberg, Matt Rodney, and Ludwig Straub. And in those two papers, there's very different approaches, very different models for the most part, but we kind of use the same underlying framework, and we're actually kind of surprisingly reaching extremely similar conclusions. And so in this discussion, I'm going to highlight some key points of agreement and also a little bit of disagreement. Okay, so as Lucas pointed out, the way you want to think about R star is as some intersection of two schedules. So there's an asset demand schedule that gives you the amount of wealth that households accumulate in the long run, given the market R relative to GDP. And the key about that is that it has finite elasticity with respect to R. Okay, so that's unlike the neoclassical model. So you can't have a neoclassical model there. You have to have some kind of alternative model. In this paper, it's a tractable overlapping generations model, and so that gives you the upward sloping aspect of asset demand, and then that intersects asset supply, which is downward sloping. And asset supply here is the value of assets that are issued by firms and governments, given the market R relative to GDP. Okay. So now 1 point, as Justin put it, 1 point of vocabulary. Okay? So this paper uses the opposite convention and uses supply to mean demand and demand to mean supply. Okay? So that is kind of coming from a different tradition. Right? So asset demand, what I said is asset demand is capital supply in the model. That's thinking about just the supply that households provide of capital, and that comes from a tradition of thinking about asset supply predominantly as factor demand, so capital demand. And so you might get twisted between demand and supply, and that in this context is actually normal, and there's kind of just two different conventions that underpin it. But I'm going to stick to one I understand. Right? So in this convention, forces that raise asset supply are things like more government debt, right? So naturally, that's going to lead to a rise in interest rate, automation, or anything that raises capital intensity in the economy, rising markups, because that raises valuations, or higher expected growth, lower risk premia. All of this raises valuations, and it puts upward pressure on the interest rate. So if these forces dominate, R star rises, right? What about the forces that raise asset demand? Well, things like population aging, which makes everybody save more, inequality, which in some models, not in this model, might lead to higher savings, lower expected growth, because in the face of lower expected growth, you save more, you borrow less, lower taxes, because that allows you to save more, and then less generous social security. So less generous social security means you have to save more for your retirement, so it leads you to increase your total savings and asset demand. And then, of course, kind of immediately rising foreign asset demand, just creating more demand for your assets. So if these kinds of forces dominate, and we know that some combination of all of them have occurred in the past, then R star will fall. Okay, and so this paper just goes ahead and implements this. The way it does this is with this fully structural approach. So it writes down the model of asset supply, which is kind of a standard model with neoclassical production, market power, government debt, and then it feeds in how much markups, debt to GDP, capital taxes, and so on have changed historically. So that's going to give us an estimate of the extent to which the asset supply curve has changed. Right? And then on the asset demand side, it's going to use this tractable overlapping generations model. And that's one thing that's wonderful about this paper, but it's also kind of a little bit restrictive, as I point out, right? So the way you want to think about this model is like a double heart attack model. Okay, so and it's kind of building on traditions of tractable ORG models like Blanchard, Gertler, and so on. Right? So why double heart attack? Well, you're born, you're a worker, and you go about your life, and there's some constant probability of having a heart attack. And once you have a heart attack, you go to retirement, and then you have another constant probability of having a second heart attack. At this point, you die. Okay, and so that's kind of capturing in a tractable way the life cycle. And I'll point out that it has a lot of kind of nice things about it, like you can feed in things like changes in life expectancy, population growth, and so on into the model very tractably, and it also has some downsides I'll highlight. Okay, so given this, just think about time series for life expectancy and so on and so forth, put that through the model, that gives you shifters of asset demand, and then you kind of calibrate the remaining parameters, feed all of these changes into the model, and then study how R star has evolved given these fundamentals. Okay, and so this is kind of one headline figure from the paper. So it just shows these asset supply and demand schedules, remember called the other, with the other direction, and how they've shifted over time. And then the orange and the green lines here just show the path of the economy moving between 1970 and 2050. Right. And the key conclusion from this is that the force that dominated were forces on the asset demand side, right? And that's what led to this very big shift in the red curve, and that led to a big decline in R and a rise in A over Y, okay? And so in my Jackson Hole paper, I have kind of almost exactly the same figure, you know, and so this is using a very different method. Actually, we claim we can measure R and A over Y at every date, and then we look at what's happened over time, and obviously what's happened is we've seen an increase in assets and a decline in prices, which means that asset demand through our framework must have won that race between asset supply and demand with relatively limited movement in asset supply so far, okay? And so that's kind of the backward-looking scenario. If you look at the kind of magnitudes here that are involved, you know, you see in this paper, you could then use this framework to decompose the effect on R star coming from different forces, right? So productivity growth has slowed, which is going to have a downward effect on R. You know, demographics. The population has aged a lot, which puts a lot of upward pressure on asset demand, and it makes interest rates go down, and so on and so forth, right? And so one thing that's kind of striking, which you also saw in Lukasz's graph, is that there's lots of different forces pulling in different directions, and it's kind of happenstance that we ended up with winning asset demand so far, okay? So in our paper, we do a very similar exercise, so I try to kind of match as closely as possible the dates, and overall, what's amazing about this, and I think this is just because we're using a common framework, is that you have very similar relative magnitudes for everything. Now, the total effect is more muted in our model than it is in theirs, and partly that's just because we claim that we know what R star is, and you know the total effect that we're trying to target is somewhat lower, right? But we agree on direction and relative magnitudes of Morse forces, but we use a very different kind of model. So let me comment a little bit on that choice of model. So that's this tractable OLG double heart attack model, right? Where what I think that's really nice about it is it has nice aggregation, okay? So this is like in the Blanchard tradition, for those of you who know this model, you know, workers that are born at different times have the same marginal propensity to consume out of wealth, so then you can all aggregate all the workers, and you can do the same with all the retirees. And so that gives you almost closed form solutions for the asset demand and supply schedule as a function of parameters. And I think that's kind of really great because it captures the essence of all these forces, and then within that, it's kind of basically the benefits of a closed form. You can study things like nonlinearities, transitions, and so on, which is much harder for us to do. We have a much more complicated model. But the cost is you may not be able to get the magnitudes of the asset demand shifters right. Okay, and so let me comment on the example of life expectancy, which is part of the demographics I was showing earlier, because in the paper, that's by far the largest driver of the increase in wealth to GDP ratio. And so we want to know, okay, is this kind of quantitatively plausible? Okay, and so what I did is I simulated Lukasz's model. So this model, I looked at the population age distribution in 1970 and compared to the data. So what you see is actually, it's kind of surprisingly good at matching the overall wealth distribution. One thing that it's not so good at is it has a lot of young retirees, right? So people that kind of got a heart attack early on and then they move to retirement. And also the people that are very old, actually they tend to be workers, right? Because they haven't moved to retirement yet. And so they just kind of stay in that phase of life where their heart attack probability is low. Right? And then if you think about the age wealth profile in this economy, so again, this is compared to data, right? So you have kind of roughly the right magnitude for the amount of wealth that people have at different ages, but everything is predominantly driven by this risk of retirement, which stays really elevated even when you're 100 or 120, okay? And so the problem with this model is it's obviously going to overestimate the share of old people, and also it doesn't account for the fact that there is downward sloping asset when people decumulate assets when they age, right? And so here they just keep accumulating, and so you're going to overestimate the asset demand, and maybe even more problematically when you're thinking about things like changing life expectancy is, well, now these workers are really worried about spending a ton of time in retirement, so you have people at 100 or 120 that are still thinking about their potential retirement, and they're really increasing assets, and so that pushes up the total amount of assets in this economy from this exercise a lot, you know, and probably I would argue kind of unrealistically, okay? So let me comment on going forward scenarios. So in his paper baseline, there's this modest decline in R star, and then he's looking at various scenarios that he talked about. I think the debt-funded Social Security scenario over here is way too optimistic. So it's assuming that Social Security, which I'll incorporate, I think about it broadly also as Medicare, so demographic development on fiscal policy, as being relatively mild. So 13% of GDP, debt to 145% of GDP. Now the CBO in the US, I know this is for all advanced economies, but every advanced economy faces the same problem. The CBO forecasts even more than this. And the problem is there's no steady state in sight. In the CBO projections, there is no stabilization at any level. So it just keeps going. And so I think that suggests that asset supply might win this race between asset demand and supply. In the long run, we might start to see interest rates go up a lot. And that's what we analyze in our paper. Okay, so just to conclude, I think this is an excellent, super timely paper. I'm sure it'll be very influential. It's clearly the right approach to thinking about R star. Magnitudes are going to change a little when you're using a microdata-based asset demand framework as opposed to this more tractable framework, but the framework allows you to do a lot more. And I also think this paper is too optimistic about our fiscal future. Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian. The second discussant is Marco Del Negro.
Nice meeting you, Owen.
Nice meeting you too.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and to discuss this very good paper. I work for the New York Fed, and so I should stress that whatever I'm going to say are my views and not those of the Federal Reserve System or the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. All right, so I'm well aware that I am the last person standing between you and the drinks, so I will try to keep this short and sweet. In this discussion, I will complement Lukács' very nice paper by providing some empirical evidence. I will use international data on inflation, short and long-term yields to estimate R star for several countries and provide a measure of global R star using an approach that we developed in a paper with Domenico Giannone, Mark Giannoni, and Andrea Tambalotti a few years ago. I am going to extend that approach by expanding the end of the sample from 2017 to last year so that I can talk about what happened to R star in the most recent period and also the cross-sectional coverage across countries from the G7 to all 18 countries in the Jordan, Schuderick, and Taylor database to have broader international coverage. And then most importantly, we'll interpret Lukács' quantitative finding in light of this evidence. Okay, just so that we are all on the same page as to how I'm going to extract my measures of R star, let me spend a minute on the econometric framework. The framework is a VAR with common trends that we actually developed for a Brookings paper almost 10 years ago. And it postulates that the vector of observables YT can be decomposed into a non-stationary component, which is the trends Y bar times a matrix of loading through the trend lambda, and a stationary component Y tilde. The trends, not surprisingly, evolve according to random walks, and the Y tildes are driven by a stationary unrestricted VAR, so that the model is very flexible. So basically, this model is a multivariate trend cycle decomposition with, different from other similar decomposition. Each trend can affect multiple variables via the loading matrix lambda. Okay. As I said, I'm going to use data on inflation, nominal yields, both short-term and long-term, on government bonds for 18 countries, and the data are going to be annual from 1870 to last year. As you can see from the slide, I'm going to identify inflation trends, both common and country-specific, of inflation and the nominal yields. And then once we've done that, obviously we do that jointly, but once we've done that, the trend in real rate, the R bars, which is the object that we're interested in, are identified as a level factor, moving the permanent component of both short and long-term real yields, allowing for trends in the term spread. All right? So let me get to the first result, which is global convergence in R star since the late 1980s. So what I'm plotting there is the R bars for all the 18 countries. You see that before the 1990s, let's say, they co-move, but there is a lot of dispersion. After the late 1980s, shoop, right? They're basically one and the same. This is important in that, you know, what this says is that both the decline in R star from 1990 to 2020, as well as the post-COVID rise that you kind of see there, and I will talk more about later, are global phenomena. And therefore, that whatever explanation for this decline and recent rise also better be global. In that sense, the Lucas paper does a very right thing by taking a global perspective in his analysis. Okay, so let me get to estimates of the word R star. We are going to call this R bar W, and is estimated as a common trend among the R bars for the different countries. Now, under financial market integration, which, as I've just shown, is not a bad assumption at all from the late 1980s, R bar W can be interpreted as a trend in the word real interest rates, while the idiosyncratic trends, the difference between the R bar I's and this common trend, can be interpreted as country-specific convenience yields. Okay, so let me show you the estimates of this R bar W, and it's shown in the dash line in the chart with 68% and 95% coverage intervals in the shaded areas. I am also showing R bar US, so the estimated R star for the US, and that's the dotted line in the chart. Okay. What you see from that chart is that global R star fell from about 3% in the late 80s to below zero right before COVID, and then rose by about 1% after COVID, with US R star pretty much in tow. At the end of the sample, so last year, my estimates of RW and R bar US are about the same and are around 0.5, which is very fortunate because, you know, that's in line with the estimate that Lucas provided. And even more importantly for me, they're in line with New York Fed President John Williams' estimate of R star, which bodes well for my continuing employment prospects. More seriously, I mean, if you look at those bands, you know, there's there's a lot of uncertainty about the level of R star, and so that pretty much any FOMC participants' estimate of R star fits very comfortably within the 68 confidence bands. However, that shouldn't, you know, lead you to think that, oh, we cannot say anything empirically about what happened to R star, because while the level is very uncertainly estimated, as I will show later, the change is estimated with some precision. And I'm going to show you that both the decline as well as the recent rise are, according to the model, statistically significant. Okay? By the way, the size of the decline is about, as I said, 3%, which is in the ballpark in between basically the two estimates that we just showed, the one from Lucas and the one from Adrien's paper. Okay? But what I want to talk about is, okay, what's, you know, to the extent that you believe the estimates and the model, there is clearly R star has gone up post-COVID. And why? Well, I mean, from what I just said, the explanation better be global, so purely country-specific explanation, that is, I don't know, US debt less palatable, and so on, may not be so important. And also, importantly, sudden, right? It happened in a few years. Okay. Now, in previous research, I and co-authors argued that the convenience yield, both at US level but also global level, is important in explaining the decline in R star. Is it important to explain its rise, or a decrease in that convenience yield? Is it driving its rise? So let me say in a word how we identify that convenience yield, both at the global and the US level. We add one more equation to the system. That's following Krishnamurti and Vincent-Jorgensen, the yield on long-term BAA corporate securities, and assume that those securities don't have any convenience yield. From that assumption, if I take the difference between the fourth and the third equation, I see that trends in the spread are the sum of the word and the US convenience yield. Since the US convenience yield is already identified from the equation I showed earlier, right, I can extract the word convenience yield. And here are the results. Here are the results in terms of that decomposition. Before going to the decomposition, let me go back to the baseline model, the one that I showed you earlier, and show just the overall decline in our star. So you see that is between 1990 and 2020 is about between 3.5% and 4%, let's say. Is, very statistically significant in that the posterior probability that that thing is negative is greater than 97.5%. But it's also very statistically significant, the fact that it has risen by about 1% between 2020 and 2024, with the US R star rising maybe a little more than the world R star. Okay, now the convenience yield model in terms of the decline in R star, the numbers are very similar, especially if you take into account estimation uncertainty. But what that model brings to the table is the decomposition. It finds that for the decline between 1990 and 2020, the convenience yield played a role of about between 1/3 and a half, so 1.6%, which is again very much in line with what Lucas was finding. So I guess that's great. But that in terms of the rise for the word, it's also about between 1/3 and 1/2. For the word, though, is not very significant. For the US, is more significant, is about 0.6. But what's important here is that a big chunk of both the decline, and that was explained in the paper, but also the rise is not the convenience yield. And so what is it, and can the paper explain it? I should stress that the paper is in a very good position to explain it because it does transitional dynamics, and so you can ask, okay, if we have news about AI or something else, right, does that generate a rise in our star? And the answer that I get, I mean, there are there are two potential candidates that are both global. One is AI, and the other is an increase in debt to GDP for advanced economy due to as in Adrian's paper, unwillingness to raise taxes to deal with the demographic transition, plus possibly military spending. Both are potentially global, but can they work in terms of generating this sudden rise in our star? And the answer from the model is maybe not really, right? So if you see that picture that Lucas showed, you see that the only thing that pushes our star all of a sudden up is the convenience yield, which Lucas called inflation risk, But all other, the AI in orange and the debt fund and Social Security in yellow, they're all very gradual. Their effect is all very gradual, and so I cannot quite answer using this model, okay, what drove the increase in R star. So let me conclude here. Very timely, interesting, and comprehensive paper on the factors driving the decline and the possible future rise in global R star. And the quantitative analysis is really in line with the empirical evidence that I found. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Marco. Some questions coming. Let's start with David Romer and then Tarek Hassan.
I'd like to shift the discussion from point estimates to uncertainty. And first of all, it's a really interesting paper, and it raises a whole bunch of issues. It's really well done. But I want to think about uncertainty not in terms of what is typically done in papers like this, which is really the only realistic thing to do, which is tweak individual parameters, think about the uncertainty about them. But I want to think about the uncertainty kind of over the space of reasonable models in terms of the modeling approach, the factors that are considered, and then the calibration. So my experiment is I want to randomly draw 100 Lucases and have them each write this paper and then look at the range of things. And they're all going to be excellent papers. And I'm going to conjecture that the uncertainties, the range is going to be very, very wide. And let me give you two concrete pieces of evidence for that. First of all, there are a couple of papers that do this sort of exercise on much easier problems. So we'll get 100 research teams, we'll give them all the same data set and say, find the causal effect of Y on X, and the variation swamps the standard errors that come out of each individual paper. And this is obviously a much harder one. The other is actually, we do have two observations here, not just one, because Adrian put up a slide, and he summarized it as we broadly agree. But if you look down that table in the 10 seconds I had to see it, on the individual components, they were often off by 100 basis points. So imagine there are 10 factors that go into your estimate of R star and how much will change in 2050. Each one comes with a standard error of 100 basis points. They're independent. That says your confidence interval for R star in 2050, two standard error confidence interval, is 12 percentage points wide. So I think there's an enormous amount of uncertainty, and I think that should get more emphasis relative to the point estimates. So I'll close with a conjecture for which I have no evidence, I'm going to offer no evidence. I actually think for monetary policy that might not be super important, because monetary policy doesn't think a lot about 2050. But for fiscal policy, I think the uncertainty could be absolutely hugely important.
Tarek and then John.
So thanks very much. So I claimed in class on Monday that the risk-free rate is a function of two things. One is intertemporal substitution, and the other is aggregate risk. Is there a way of using this framework to kind of say how much is coming from each? And I guess like have some way of predicting, the intertemporal substitution part, and I'm not so sure if we can predict the risk part.
So one thing I'm kind of uncomfortable about in Lucas's results is that he's estimating a R star in the early 1980s that's extremely high, up to 7-8%. Now, Laubach and Williams actually also estimated a really high R star in that period, and I always thought that was very strange. And so I was kind of hoping that we would get a resolution of that strangeness, but no, we get it again. So why do I think that's very strange? Well, one view of the world is that interest rates were very high in the early 80s because Volcker was, engaging in extremely tight monetary policy, and the Fed had no credibility after the 70s, and so, interest rates had to be high for a very long period of time. But if you take on face value Lucas's results, monetary policy was not tight in the early 80s. It was equal to R star. But how do I think about that?
Neil Maricha.
So I had one question about what is the sensitivity of R star to debt to GDP. That's an important elasticity that goes into CBO estimates, for instance. So I was curious what that was. And then more generally, if you could speak to, these models seem to suggest that there's a large capacity to increase debt to GDP with relatively limited effects on interest rates. And so how do you think about sort of fiscal sustainability default in this sort of class of models?
Justin and then Gabe.
So this week I've seen one paper about R-star, heard two discussions, and read one speech by a Fed governor. And I just want to say that this session was overwhelmingly the most serious. It took me a long time to understand all this R-star stuff. Like Summers in his early stuff decided he'd explain it to us by reference to Alvin Hansen, and not surprisingly, Alvin Hansen didn't help me make sense of it. And I think I finally figured it out around about 2020, and then Larry started saying it was wrong. And then I got confused, do I need a model of R-star or do I need a model of Larry Summers? Because once Larry sort of had an idea for a few years, the next thing he'll do is tell you it's wrong. So what I think I saw you say, Lucas, is no, old Larry's right, new Larry's wrong. R-star still remains really low. And then Marco, maybe you put an asterisk next to this, and I wanted to check on this. You're like, no, it definitely rose since 2020, and you said it's statistically significant. But I would have thought, like, here's how I do regressions. 2020 was weird, I throw it away. 2021 is weird, I throw it away. So that sort of leaves you 2 years, and are you still sure you want to tell me that it's statistically significant? And or the other thing you do is you say, well, actually, this was the moment for testing my theory. This is the perfect identification. But I suspect most of us agree everything was sort of too weird to rest much on what was happening through half of your post-2020 sample.
Okay, Gabe and then Mitchell.
I want to say this was a terrific paper. If you haven't opened it, it has like 18 figures. They summarize the world really well. Really good job. I wanted to make some comments along the lines of what David did not want to make comments on, which is probe a couple of specific aspects of what's driving things, and two of the big drivers, which are productivity and more time in retirement. So on productivity, and this relates closely to what Tarek said, this framework, I think, is great of thinking about asset supply and demand, and it seems like it's going to become the default. But the older framework of the neoclassical model also links productivity to interest rates, just through the Euler equation. And what we know from that is the IES is central, and you have 0.5, which is going to give a pretty large sensitivity of interest rates to growth rates in that model. I don't know exactly what it does in your model, but that's a very easy parameter to play around with. And if you double it and go to 1, do you half the productivity, the effective productivity on the R-star, or is it something different? And I think that would be helpful, because that's a source of uncertainty that we sort of know. On the time in retirement, if I understood it correctly, when you do the transition, some variables people have perfect foresight over, some variables they don't, and they're surprised. And you give them perfect foresight over the time that they're going to spend in retirement. And I wondered about that assumption, and also how it might interact with the comments Adrian was making about the double heart attack model. Because effectively, you have people in 1990 and 2000 who are understanding that time in retirement is going to be much higher in 2020, and so they want to do a lot more saving ahead of that. And that's going to increase the supply of savings and push down R-star in that period. I'm not sure if that's the best assumption, that first, is it relevant to people in 1990, what happens, and it's more relevant with the double heart attack model, but second, did they really know that life expectancy above age 65 was going to go up and keep going up? And so that seems like another fairly straightforward change to make to the model, and see what happens.
Minshall?
When we think about the change in the world interest rate over a century, I thought maybe there's a role of change in capital mobility across countries, which seems to be missing. So I wonder whether the analysis take into account change in mobility. Maybe that's a factor that changes the elasticity, like not the factor that shifts supply and demand.
Okay. And Jonathan Pingle?
Yes, it's a great paper, and the authors nicely have a very clear footnote at the beginning, footnote 1, describing what they're actually discussing. But it still left me wondering, I just wanted to ask, like, how you think about duration in the model. And the reason I ask is sort of two reasons. One is, when you think about introducing debt to GDP to a time series model or trying to estimate R star, in the time series, debt to GDP is highly negatively correlated with policy rate estimates of R star. And I get that those are two long trending series, but it's actually it's hard to get around that correlation when you're estimating these models. Now, the reason that also could matter is because if you think about where the correlation flips, it tends to be in term premium further out the curve, right? So if you see, movements in term premium around, say, Treasury auctions, then you do see quite clearly that, the supply of debt would imply, higher term premium, right? So then the third reason this is sort of important is because how you think about the policy rate for the longer term rates then starts to matter. Because if you thought that the supply of government debt was primarily pushing up term premium out the curve, that could very well imply a lower front-end policy rate in equilibrium in order to find the same setting of financial conditions. And in fact, those two things might square why the policy rate is so negatively correlated with debt to GDP in the time series.
Larry Schmidt.
So Tarek was mentioning things he said on Monday, so I'll mention something I said on Tuesday, which was that if you think about the Euler equation in a model with incomplete markets in it, so in addition to kind of the inequality effects that Adrian was often talking about in levels, there's going to be a really large effect on the natural rate as well if you have a change in the amount of idiosyncratic risk that folks face, especially kind of the wealthier folks who are maybe self-insuring their retirement, et cetera. So there's kind of latent life risks, but also kind of all the risks that people face along the way to their kind of their key asset, their human capital. Just wondering how we could map that into your framework.
Okay. And Gerald Cohen?
So I want to follow up kind of more pointedly with what Justin asked. So I remember that 2019 paper, and I remember everybody's like, okay, now R star is permanently lower, and the asset demand side is going to overwhelm the supply side. So my question is, what's changed? Is it that we know we've had an inflation shock, we've had some change in debt dynamics, or is it that the parameters have changed, and so now you're putting more weight on certain aspects, or so what's changed from 2019 in the model, not in what we know?
Okay. And before we go back to the authors, I have one question, which Lucas knows what I'm going to ask about already. Is there's a feature, especially when you look at the wealth to GDP ratio, that's in both your model and also in Adrian's model. And part of it is physical capital, and we have some measures of that. But then there's a big part, the biggest part, is the present value of equity in the model, which could be driven by a present value of rents, or it could be driven by a present value of expected payoffs to R&D. And so it gets called intangibles for both of those reasons, but depending on what it is, you could think about the future quite differently. And because if it's rents, for example, then that has a negative effect on future capital accumulation, which would matter quite a lot in 2050. If it's R&D and there's payoffs to that in the future, you might have a very different view of future economic outcomes. So it has this big role in the model. It's a big chunk of assets. It's hard to know how to pin it down, and I worry about how sensitive our view of the future is, depending on how you pin it down. And it's bigger than government debt in the model, just to give you a sense of scale. So what assumptions you make, I think, could have a big impact, both in the model and maybe in the world. Back to you.
Great. Thank you so much. First to the discussants for excellent discussions, and to all the questions, which are really fantastic. So let me just try to, as we're trying to do here, try to form some kind of themes from this. So one theme I think that emerges is the fiscal risk and the set of assumptions around the sensitivity of the results to the fiscal side. So first, I must say I agree with Adrian, to be honest with you. So I think the baseline assumptions on the fiscal side are pretty benign in this business as usual case. So I think it's kind of interesting when you look at the forecasts of the IMF or the European Commission that I rely on for this baseline case. They seem to be much more benign than I think would be a median sort of view on. In this room on the risks. So I think it's absolutely appropriate to focus on these risks, and perhaps my higher debt due to higher social security spending scenario should be really closer to what we think is our central case, and then we could analyze upside risks relative to that. Also, Neil asked a very specific question about the sensitivity of debt. Sensitivity of interest rates to debt. So that is a number that has changed quite substantially in between the two steady states. So in the past, it was for 1 percentage point increase in debt was about 2.5 basis points on R star, if I remember correctly. That's halved, okay? And it's halved because the capital supply schedule is basically half as steep as I have showed you, right? So any shift in the capital demand as a result of increases in debt result in only a smaller or half a size of an increase in R star. So again, thinking about this capital market equilibrium helps us think through that. Now, is that the end of the story? Probably not. The key thing, and I think several people alluded to this as well, is that the convenience yield or the risk premium that I have in the model is treated in a pretty basic, simple way. Of course, the natural extension, and something that Adrian does, for example, in their paper, is to think about this as being endogenous to the levels of debt, right? So if there's a scenario in which debt expands a lot, then maybe the convenience yields are going to fall sort of as a result, like Wissing-Jorgensen type of mechanism. Now, okay, so another set of comments was about sort of uncertainty in relation to, the different parts of the model and the sensitivity. I think, also in Marco's discussion, we had like good view on how uncertain these numbers are. So yes, I mean, there's an enormous amount of uncertainty. I think it's useful maybe to also think about where the uncertainty is greatest. I have a sense of working with these models that uncertainty is greater on the specific level of R star than on some of these sensitivities. I think the sensitivities can be, they can be checked against the empirical evidence more. Whereas, hanging the level of R star somewhere is harder. And I think in that context, it is nice to use this capital markets equilibrium where you have two sets of variables to track, right? You have the natural rate of interest and at the same time the wealth to GDP ratio, and so that gives the model an extra dimension to match, and maybe gives us a little bit of confidence. But I agree, there's a lot of uncertainty over the space of models. And several people mentioned some channels that are not present in this framework, right? So specifically the incomplete markets and the idiosyncratic income risk is not here. I account for that, loosely speaking, in the calibration of the model. But that accounts for market incompleteness if that is unchanged, if that is not changing over time. Now, if there have been big changes in the degree of idiosyncratic risk, that would be an extra force that we would want to incorporate in this. And actually, in the 2019 paper, we did an exercise using a separate model, trying to basically calibrate the increase in the idiosyncratic risk to back out the impact on R star from that. So that's that's one way of doing it. You're basically using different models all at the same time, or trying to build a bigger model like agents, and losing some of the tractability and therefore ability to do things like transitions. Yeah, right. So Marco's discussion, and also Justin's question about has R star increased, and also the question from Gerald about what has changed since 2019. In terms of the model, I don't think much has changed at all. So the business as usual scenario here is basically not much has happened, right? Interest rates have been declining for 30 years, and they will remain low. They will continue to decline slightly over the coming years. I think that's broadly consistent, basically, with the picture that we painted in the 2019 paper. And not surprisingly, because these forces are kind of slow moving and etc. So it's the scenario analysis, it's the sensitivity and scenario analysis that's supposed to respond to this question of, has something changed? And I don't know, whether, AI boom is going to take off and we're going to live in a different world. But at least I can give you a sensitivity. If AI boosts growth by 75 basis points per year, and it increases concentration, and it increases the capital intensity of production or automation, then that's kind of the response you might you might expect. And perhaps the market is expecting that, and that explains why R star why interest rates in the market have increased. But given the uncertainty, going back to David's point, I feel like the best I can do is provide these sensitivities basically to the analysis, rather than pretend I can tell you precise answers on what has actually happened. I think maybe that covers most of it. I don't know how we're doing for time.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to thank the authors and discussants today, especially the last session. Appreciate all your work, and let's give an appreciation to them. Okay, we will break for dinner. So those who registered for dinner, please go to the